sponsors for today's program.
It's a wrong road. Echo when they're getting newborns. Body stronger. The farther on you go. Thought I knew you. But can't never say I know me. That sorry shadow I could turn out to be. Sometimes I cannot. Just can't understand where my head is at. Oh, what my heart is saying. All throughout the struggle, sometimes I feel I can't shake the habit. I just can't wake up. But I know in the end, I'll be the chill. 'Cause the road will go on with me or without. Making no compromise. Fighting for a better life.
Persona 4 Arena.
And we're back to finish this one off. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Kicking butt for goodness.
Welcome
So,
to the
we have
Velvet
5
Room.
stories left.
This place exists between
I guess
dream and reality,
Naoto,
mind and
Yu
matter.
Narukami,
Now then, why
Yosuke,
don't you introduce
and
yourself?
Teddy. I think we're gonna start with Naoto. And then we'll go Naoto, I guess, Teddy, Yosuke, you.
The Persona.
Let the investigation begin.
Just so that we can finish off the way we started. Let's not start from the beginning. Let's continue from the cliffhanger. The cliffhanger hanger.
Rise-san!
Look out!
I see something glimmer in front of me. Acting purely on instinct, I duck instantly. A low whizzing sound passes above my head. What was that? Did something get thrown my way?
Naoto-kun!
Rise-san turns towards me. I look at her from across the room. She's lying on something large on the ground. On closer inspection, the red and white lump she is holding down is Teddy. I see General Teddy in the back of the room, so the one with Rise-san has to be the real one. A girl is standing between Teddy and the General. I've never seen her before, but looking at her mechanical body, I can tell who she is now. That's Labris.
What should we do? That girl wasn't normal. She wasn't even human. I know it sounds hard to believe, but she's a robot or something. She defeated Teddy and,
Calm down. Are you talking about Labris?
Though Rise-san is quite shaken, she still nods.
The riddle is solved then. You're not the real Teddy. You're only a shadow taking his form. The shadow of Labris here, to be precise.
Aha! No wonder they call you the Detective Prince now, Chan. You cracked the case. But even if you figured it out, there's still nothing you can do.
I carefully watch General Teddy as he scoffs. Whatever it was he threw at me. I was too busy dodging to see it clearly, but it must be dangerous. I'm sure he won't hurt his owner until he hears a certain phrase from her, but he has no reason to be gentle with the rest of us. I point my gun at him, ready for any more of his attacks. However, the next attack comes from a direction I had not been expecting.
What?
There's a droning sound. It's coming from a giant axe flying at me. The axe is bigger than I am, spinning through the air towards me. Like a boomerang, it curves back and returns to the hands of its wielder. There are thrusters behind the blade, allowing the axe to fly as it spins. It wasn't General Teddy attacking me. It was Labris. Not the shadow, but the real one. What's going on? Wait, did she attack me the first time as well? That would explain why Rise-san is so shaken up. But the shadow's right in front of her. Why is she going after me?
It's not true. I'm human. This is all just a bad dream. I gotta destroy everything.
Well, that's a leap of logic.
I'm human.
I can't find any meaning in what she's saying. I want to convince her to stop, but I can't come up with the right words to do so. Labris takes a fighting stance without wasting a moment. Looks like the only way to bring Labris back to normal is to fight her.
Ise-san, please stay back.
Naoto-kun?
I never really expected to be able to convince her in the first place with the shadow here. I'd bite the bullet.
I will
Sakuna
stop you,
Hikona.
No matter what.
Sakuna Hikona. Do boop boop. God, it's been like 6 weeks since we did Naoto's story. That's alright. Naoto is 17.
Take the game! There you are.
Oh, ran out of ammo. Oh, Jesus. Whoa, whoa. Please stop.
Sniping! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds. What?
Oof.
Now I must hit! No way! Sniping! Okay. Persona! I must hit! No!
Wrong button. Damn it.
No way! All too easy. There! Taking aim and hit! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds.
Boom.
Here I go! There!
Oop.
Stay down! Taking aim and hit!
Boom.
Okay.
Done like dinner. Just barely. It's always good to start off a new session with a bang, isn't it? Literally.
Aw, she beat you fair and square. You really are useless, Labby-chan.
After Labris collapses, the shadow looks at her as if she was
Your
trash.
whole reason for being is to fight. And you can't even do that. You're not worth a damn. You don't need to exist anymore.
The shadow's voice and speech pattern begin to slip away from its impersonation of Teddy. No, that's not all. The fake Teddy's appearance begins to warp as well. Finally, the time has come for it to reveal its true self. Which we have seen before. Form that it takes is, as I thought, Labris.
I am a shadow. The true self. That's my face. Huh. You don't want to remember? Fine. You can die like that.
What? She's attacking her owner now? Is it a threat to pressure her? No, this is a shadow we're dealing with after all. There's no knowing what it will do.
Stop it!
What's this? Why are you protecting her? It's her fault you all had to fight each other, you know.
With that, she turns to her other self and looks down at her with disdain in her eyes.
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in school having a fighting tournament. That ain't! My home was a horrible place. They made us fight and kill each other just to collect combat data. It hurts so much, but no one understands. How can I make them see? I know. I'll force friends to fight each other. Maybe then they'll understand. No. I wanna make them understand. That ain't true. That's not what I want. Oh, yeah? Then let me take over from here. I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand, just like you did before.
I mean, she did say she has to destroy everything.
Stop! I've had enough!
Labris!
No! You're not me! No!
You said it! You finally said it! Power. I can feel it building!
Sinister aura surges from the shadow. Even the surroundings begin to warp with its energy. And then it summons Asterius, or it becomes Asterius. I'm not really sure how that works out. In an instant, the area becomes dominated by a piercing red light. The view from beyond the window has changed completely. I hear Rise-san gasp behind me. I don't know what this place is modeled after, but I get the sense that someone carved open a living creature's stomach. This is the reflection of Labrys' heart, the suffering she carries. The shadow's golden eyes stand out even more in the dusky redness, focusing on me. I change my mindset. There's only one thing to do here, just as my friends did for me.
Rise-san, you watch Labrys and Teddy.
I got him. Good luck, Naoto-kun.
Naoto's the only one that didn't actually confront a shadow. I mean, that was of an innocent person. I mean, she did Namatame and Adachi, but she never actually helped with any of the friends. So,
Yes.
that's interesting.
I'll say-
Oops. So that's interesting. Alright, so now we're fighting Shadow Labrys with Asterius. Sukuna Hikona.
Final. Fight!
Sniping! What's the matter?
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. What the hell was that?
Okay.
Donk.
I misjudged. No way. All too easy. This should be enough rounds.
Maka jammed.
No way.
Okay.
Okay. There. Okay.
Oh.
There. I must hit from there. There you are. Now is the time. This should be enough rounds. Do it. Do it.
Marie? Marie didn't actually have a shadow. Marie is special. Special case. And she totally is canon. Everything from Golden is now officially canon. By the way. The giant creature behind the shadow, I'd begun to think of it as part of the shadow itself, vanishes with a loud roar. I managed to defeat her. She shows no further signs of resistance. Cautiously, I turn around and walk to Labrys, who is still sitting on the floor, being held up by Rise-san. It seems Teddy has also regained consciousness. He had broken into a sweat, flustering as he stands next to Rise-san.
Are you all right?
Labrys has a melancholy look on her face as she hangs her head. She's so human-like. The sheer authenticity of that expression makes that thought appear in my
I
mind.
didn't have the chance to introduce myself. I'm Naoto Shirogane.
Sorry I shot you like 17
You're
times.
Labrys. Is that correct?
She raises her head, but neither confirms nor denies it. She just quietly stares at her double across the room. A machine given the ability to summon a persona. The persona ability was the primary objective in her creation. The fact that she also developed a heart came as a byproduct. How much suffering did she have to go through, having been treated like an object for so long? It isn't easy to
I
imagine.
can't claim to understand your pain. It was only today that I learned you existed, to say nothing of the weapons program from which you sprung. But there is one thing I do understand.
I kneel and look Labrys in the
Look
eyes.
carefully at me. Do I seem like a man or a woman to you?
What do you mean?
You and I are alike. There is such a gulf between what we yearn to be and what we are that we have trouble accepting our true nature.
Our true nature?
Just as I cannot break the glass ceiling of my profession, you cannot become human. That is the painful truth. But if we were able to change, would that truly bring us happiness? I feel there is something only you or I can offer, because of who we really are.
There's something a machine like me can offer? Even if there is something like that, there's no place I belong.
That's not true. I'm not human either, but I work at Juness. The part-time ladies give me sweets sometimes and everything.
Thanks, Teddy.
The heart is always lacking something. It may be that you and I will be troubled by this same thing for the rest of our lives. But please don't forget that you're not alone anymore.
I'm not alone.
Also, something from Naoto's first half before the cliffhanger is that she saw like a distortion and couldn't figure out what the hell it was. My guess, and this is a guess, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate, is that Naoto is so fucking perceptive that she saw through the illusion that was being crafted just for a second, which is insane. I nod strongly to Labris as she looks up at me. I repeat it for emphasis.
Don't worry. You're not alone.
That's right. I'll stick to you like glue.
And it won't be just us. I'm sure you'll make lots of friends with everyone in town.
Maybe leave the axe at home, it's fine.
A machine? Like me?
We nod. Labris stands up and approaches her shadow.
I said, it's okay to be me. Doesn't that make you happy too?
She takes the shadow's hand as it droops its head listlessly.
I'm so sorry I locked you up inside me for all that time. But we'll be okay now. I'm not alone. And you're not either, right?
And then the cutscene. You know what? We'll watch this one because we've only seen it in the last session.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me after all.
You gotta wonder, what the fuck was the justification for making the anti-shadow suppression weapons all female? Every single one of them. Was it like the guy that did Nier Automata saying he just likes pretty girls? Like, was that their justification?
This is my persona.
Ariadne.
Labris, there are some people from the Kirijo group here looking for you.
I wonder if they'll stick me back in that box again. Of course they will. After all, I caused a lot of trouble. What else are they gonna do?
I can't say anything about that for certain, but you should talk with them. It's your right to be where you belong.
Yeah, you're right.
At that moment, I hear several sets of footsteps approaching from outside. I stand and take a fighting pose for an instant, but relax when I hear familiar voices. I ease up and smile.
Is everyone all right?
Whoa, Senpai! You're back from the city already?
Never mind him, Kanji-kun. What about you? What have you been doing all this time?
The Shadow Host was defeated. The invisible walls must have disappeared. This place is familiar to all of us. With the walls gone, finding each other is a piece of cake.
Yo, Naoto. Guess you made the big meetup after all, huh? I swear, we're tied together by fate or something. Actually, is that the real you, Teddy?
You're so blind sometimes, Yosuke.
Rise-chan, I'm so glad you're safe.
Senpai, you're all here.
Kirijo-san's group comes in behind Senpai and the others. The room instantly falls silent. Perhaps some of the others had encountered them during a match before I did, but in general, everyone was shocked to see them. Kirijo-san weaves between all of us and walks directly towards Labris.
You must be Labris.
All of us hold our breath as at Kirijo-san's dignified voice.
I'm Mitsuru Kirijo. You may have heard already, but I came to collect you.
Like a collecting card. Collect. At that, Labris takes a step back. I put my hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She looks at me, and I nod. Human, robot, anyone. It doesn't change anything. But no matter who you are, there are things that you have to carry out through your own actions using your own words.
I don't want to go back in that box. Or to that lab.
As Labris managed to say it, a voice speaks up from behind Kirijo-san.
Mitsuru-san, I'd like to ask that you consider her request. Labris's, my sister's abilities, will surely be useful to us. Please,
Can't we enlist her on a trial basis and see what happens?
Sister. Surprised by that unfamiliar appellation, Labrys looks towards the
You're
speaker.
a robot, too. It's nice to meet you. I'm Aegis.
Oh,
The
seventh.
seventh
Okay.
generation
Yeah, seventh. I think we
anti-shadow
already determined
suppression
that.
weapon. I'm your successor, sister. We're sisters?
She answered Labrys with a smile. Amazing. Her tone, her expressions, they're all so human.
I'd like to third their request. I'm well aware that I'm in no place to make demands on you, but
So you don't third requests, you just support the seconding. Kirijo-san gave a wry smile after a third objection.
I'm starting to feel like the bad guy. There's no need to worry. I wasn't thinking of sealing you away again.
Really?
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it. True, I don't know for sure that the danger is past, but I don't feel that you need to be sealed off from humanity, particularly since it's obvious that you have a heart. Kirijo-san.
Labby-chan doesn't need to be all alone anywhere? Yay!
Naoto, sorry to interrupt, but who are these people?
They kinda look like a bunch of freaks.
Yeah, I mean, one of them's not even human.
I guess she's a robot?
Huh? Wait a sec. Kirijo? As in the Kirijo group? Wait, what? What's going on here?
I should introduce myself to the rest of you. I am Mitsuru Kirijo. I cannot tell you who I am affiliated with or my position, but I bear all responsibility for Labrys. This case, the whole disturbance was mainly due to us. I'm very sorry for putting you in such danger.
How do you know Mitsuru-san, Naoto-kun?
That's, well... Shirogane was working with us. Since it was our first time in this world, he helped us safely reach Labrys.
So, the job you had was to bring Mitsuru-san and the others here?
Huh? Well... That was basically it. I'm sorry, but there are some things he cannot disclose. I ask for your understanding in that regard.
Sure, detective stuff. I getcha. That's pretty cool.
I really am no match for her.
Well then, let's all go home. Alrighty, attention please. The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, you really gave us a scare. And this isn't the first time either. Well, at least it ended well.
You know, I understand about Rise-chan and Teddy, but why did Kanji-kun go missing again?
Huh? Oh, well, because,
You needed a change of pace, no?
What?
Did I misspeak? You said something like, sometimes a man just wants to be alone inside a TV.
As if...
Alto, you bastard! Why'd you have to tell him that?
Labrys?
Get away from her!
What's going on?
I don't know. I can only tell that she's probably being controlled from outside.
Shirogane! Labrys, why? Never mind, it can wait.
Final! Fight!
Taking aim! There you are! Okay. No way! No! Okay. Persona! Okay. Volley! Taking aim! Made hit! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds. Volley sniping! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds. Persona! Persona! Please!
Sister, are you all right?
My, to think she'd fall so easily. I hoped that she'd provide more entertainment. What a disappointment.
Naoto-kun's shadow? Why?
I thought you disappeared!
Who are you? Once you've gained your persona, you're not supposed to see your shadow again. That's what you thought, isn't it? Did you really think I had gone away? Well, too bad. Man cannot let go so easily of his weakness. I'm always with you.
No, this can't be happening.
Enough farce. You are not my shadow. I know that for two reasons. First, I was able to use my persona in the battle just now. One's persona and shadow are two sides of a coin. If you are my shadow, my persona should have been unusable. Second, you took control of Labrys just now. That's an unusual power far beyond the capabilities of a human like myself. I'm sorry to say you've dug yourself a deeper hole by showing off that ability. With a power like that, you could drive a man to extreme acts, which was the missing piece in this case.
You mean the hijacking wasn't just the work of a highly motivated crew. Rather, whoever we're talking to now was...
It was Labrys's dark wish that we fight each other. But what if someone knew beforehand that that would happen? Labrys has a heart, but she's also a machine. Unlike humans, her memories can be tampered with. By using Labrys, you thought you could orchestrate the disturbance her shadow would create in this world. Your objective is, as you just said, to gather persona users, have them fight, disrupt their hearts, and steal their personas. That's why you're appearing in the form of my shadow right now, to confuse me. You're the real puppet master behind this case. I'm surprised. Very insightful of you, Naoto Shirogane. Quite impressive work. I didn't expect you to fight back this fiercely. Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment. Now stand, my puppet. Poor thing. It's all worn out because of you. It shouldn't have much strength left to fight. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Shirogane, you need to stand back!
Wait! If we all attack her, we may end up destroying Labrys. But she's just under its control. If we can release her, she should stop attacking.
Is that possible? All right, I'll give it a try. It's no use. What is that thing? It's not a shadow. It's way too strong.
I guess. Prepare for the worst.
No, wait! Let me try again.
Good. Now suffer. Relinquish your personas!
I see. Now!
What?
What the heck was that?
I don't know. I was getting desperate, too. It seemed like something far away stepped in.
This can't be! It's just as we thought. The enemy is taking on your appearance and has no connection to you. Feel free to cut loose.
There's something I want to ask before I fight. What now? Why did you choose me? Of all the persona users here, why did you use my face? Is that all? Of course I chose you. You were the most unstable of the lot. Never quite sure whether to call yourself a man or a woman. Your indecisiveness made you the perfect prey. There's actually something I've been curious to know all this time. Last year, when my real shadow went berserk, I was forced to the sidelines. It left me wondering, whether I could have overcome that other me on my own. This is the perfect chance to find out. I won't hold back an inch.
Final. Fight!
Volley, taking aim!
Okay.
There! There! Go! Ah! Go! Ah! There! I misjudged! I must hit! Here I go! There! Now I must hit! I must hit! No! I must hit! Volley, taking aim! May it hit! Now is the time! This should be enough rounds! What? No way! I knew it! There! Ah! Sniping!
Okay.
You did it!
You're so cool now, Chan!
I can't believe you could go that nuts on something that looked like you.
It may have taken my shape, but it wasn't me. I had no reason to relent.
You'll be coming with us. There are some things we still want to ask you.
This is fine with me. There were many twists and turns along the way, but I'm not displeased with the results. It was good enough for this time that I confirmed you have the power to meet my expectations. This time, this is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then.
Wait!
Hell no! Don't you dare come back again!
Yeah, what he said!
Seriously, that was one sick bastard.
Copying Now-chan was going too far! Bad enough that it was in violation of my image rights, taking my form like that!
I wonder if this is the start of something bigger.
Yeah, I don't think we should let our guard down. My analysis didn't make it in time, but that was...
It's hard to believe. Then again... In any case, you don't have to worry about it. It's our responsibility from here on out.
But it was obviously targeting us. We can't shrug and go on our way after that.
He's correct. Given that it's taken an interest in us, we must arm ourselves against it.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there, but there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a teddy vision! You can get out from here!
This TV is our escape route? Can we really fit inside?
Ooh, are you a little too front-loaded to fit? In that case, I wouldn't mind helping you squeeze through!
You're even worse than before, you know that?
RTX voice is great for reducing background noise, but occasionally it just shuts off. I don't know how long that was, but I'm back now. The following day, May 4th, Kirijo-san had stayed the night pursuing a follow-up investigation and is going back to the city today. We learned that from none other than Labris, who called us all, wanting to say goodbye in person. And of course, we were obliged to see them off. At an intersection just outside the shopping district, we gathered by that oh-so-familiar limousine to exchange parting words with Labris.
I'm really sorry for causing you guys so much trouble.
What are you saying? I had a blast meeting you, Labby-chan!
Likewise, but I can't believe you didn't notice at all that Kirijo-san was searching high and low for you. You're so thick.
That is mysterious. I wouldn't hesitate to answer the call of such a beautiful woman.
She's out of your league, dude.
It must have been because I was having so much fun talking with Labby-chan.
She never gives it a rest. So, what are you gonna do now, Labris?
If you need help, we don't mind sheltering you. Yukiko's house is a great hideout.
Thanks. But I'm planning on working with Mitsuru-san. We're gonna catch the scumbag who tried to use you guys. This time, it'll be me that's got your backs.
Sounds promising.
It sounds as though you found a place where you belong then.
Sure enough.
Come back anytime to hang out, okay? We'll be here for you.
Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Labris' expression is radiant. I turn around to see Kirijo-san and the others watching from inside the car with gentle smiles. I leave the circle gathered around Labris and approach Kirijo-san. There's something that I have to confide in her after all this time.
I confess, I had known about the existence of the Shadow Operatives from the start.
As I thought. Well, considering what we've both been through, there's no need to keep it hidden from you anymore.
Why are you taking the lead even if it risks your life? A woman in your position needn't.
A great many people were hurt because of mistakes the Kirijo group made in the past.
Oh
I
God.
won't let it happen again.
So many mistakes.
To leave behind nothing that could jeopardize the future. That's my mission. More than that, it's a vow I made.
I feel like she's speaking to someone else, someone who's not here to hear her. She then nods to me. Sincerity in her eyes is all the confirmation I need. In my line of business, you rarely come across people who actually speak what they mean. People I would call noble. She is one of the few. Her eyes show trust in me, and that makes me proud to know her as well.
You've been a real help. About the next step, though, I doubt you'll back down that easily.
Who knows? It's not my decision to make.
I give a casual reply, and Kirijo-san shakes her head with a smile.
I understand that nothing I say can dissuade you, but I want you to be cautious.
Her expression turns serious. This is likely to be a personal warning about the investigation I should be keeping secret from her.
Of course, there are those within the Kirijo group who don't think as I do. There are no doubt a lot of dark secrets to be unearthed. The current Kirijo group has drifted away from the family businesses. I am only the founding family's daughter, not the strongest position.
What an odd warning. It's as if you're showing compassion to your enemy. Well, I too personally hope you find success. You be careful too, Kirijo-san.
Just call me Mitsuru.
Of course, Mitsuru-san. Well, until next time.
The car soon departs in the direction of the highway. And then I push the button too fast and everything fades out really quick. We watch as Labrys waves from the window, believing that one day we'll meet again. After seeing them off, we head to the food court at Junest. It's been a bit delayed, but it's time for Yu Senpai's welcome back party. These last few days have been full of trouble, but I can't help but feel that some sort of fate has brought us together in the end. Soon, the topic at hand changes to what Yu Senpai had said. We should reform the investigation team. Just as Mitsuru-san had predicted, it was the only natural reaction to what we had been through. Not a single one of us objects to the idea, and we all talk about our plans to continue. By the time we split up and I arrived home, it was close to midnight. Ooh, are you going to see Naoto's room? But I sat at my desk and turned on my computer so that I may compile my report in the investigation. Aww.
What follows are my impressions of the organization called the Shadow Operatives, as well as their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo.
A lot of books.
As a member of the Kirijo Group's founding family, Mitsuru Kirijo strongly wishes for the corporation's stigma to be cleared. Yet the Shadow Operatives are not ultimately a means for her to clear this stigma. Her first priority is to protect and save those who are at risk. The way she handled the lost cargo in this case made that much clear. Though discarding it would have been more advantageous and it would have been simple to destroy in secret, she chose not to do so. She sees the restoration of the family honor as a byproduct of her true mission. I will continue my secret investigation. It is apparent that the Kirijo Group still harbors many dark secrets.
Many dark secrets.
Yet I must note that no matter how their internal affairs are worth watching, we need not trouble ourselves overseeing shadow operatives. Mitsuru Kirijo does not shrink from the responsibilities she bears. We will never gain leverage over her based on her family's sins. Even if the true culprit behind this matter has ties to the Kirijo Group, she will...
I stop typing and delete the last sentence.
No, this report is no place for conjecture. I suspect this is only the beginning.
Using a Sony Xiao? Is that what those were called? No, they were Vios. Alright, credits. Every time I finish a story, it's just like, I just want to go on to Ultimax and finish this story. There's so much to do.
Mind and matter.
Very well.
Come out fighting!
Kentucky Doji! Kuma Kuma!
I am a shadow. The true self.
Oh, that's right.
The power is rising from within!
What's going on?
Hey, did you enjoy the P1 Grand Prix? It went exactly how you wanted it, no? Wasn't it fun? Seeing them fight their friends?
Don't be dumb. Why would I think that's fun? I never wished for anything this awful.
Oh, yes you did. You wanted them to suffer the same pains that you once did. You wanted them to understand, right?
Whoa, the shadow's overflowing with power. Every time the shadow presses Miss President, she gets paler and paler. This is good. I need to back her up.
Miss President, don't lose heart!
Miss President looks like she's about to cry when she turns to me. The shadow just ignores me and keeps going.
How can you even ask them to understand you when you've been deceiving them all along? That'll never happen. You're not even human. You're a machine.
Huh? What is this?
As soon as the shadow snaps his fingers, Miss President starts to change? Am I taking crazy pills? But no matter how much I rub my eyes, she doesn't stop changing. Miss President is turning into a girl who looks exactly like the shadow here.
President, are you a machine? Are you just like Ai-chan?
That reminds me, Ai-chan called Miss President's sister. Is this what she meant? Never mind me. Miss President's not human either? She was a machine? A beautiful mechanical girl?
No,
Priorities, Teddy.
I'm not. You wanted to live a normal life and go to school looking like that? There's no way. You're pretty stupid for a machine, you know that?
I guess did it.
Admit it. You're a robot. It's about time you stop trying to fool yourself.
No matter how many times I see it, the way shadows mercilessly bully everyone makes me mad. Miss President doesn't like it at all. She's sad too. Oh no, we're in trouble if this keeps up.
Miss President, don't worry. It'll be all right.
What did Sensei say back when this happened to me? I want to somehow get Miss President feeling that happy and relieved. I can't find the right words, so I try to tap Miss President's shoulder to comfort her.
Miss President?
She slapped my hand away.
Easy for you to say. It's not like you understand anything about me.
Wasn't the shadow getting in the way? Miss President herself is resisting me?
No one does. No one can understand a machine like me.
No one can understand? Hearing Miss President say that blew away my shock at having her resist me. Does she really think that? Suddenly, something Now-chan said hits me like a bolt of lightning. That's right. Out of everyone, you understand best how she must be feeling. Feeling encouraged by that, I look straight into Miss President's eyes. They're completely different than they were when she was happy or angry. She's so sad, lonely, and desperate to be understood. But no one does. I was just a shadow. I remember how it felt to confess that to Sensei.
That's not true.
My shout surprised even me. Whoops, I'm a little embarrassed. But now's not the time for that. I finally understand. It's time I repaid Sensei and the others for what they did for me. Because I am who I am, I can help Miss President. I'm her knight after all.
Even I found people who understand me. I'm sure that someone will... Heck, I'll...
Teddy.
Ooh, is she finally willing to listen to me? I could just reach out again and...
Stop getting in the way!
Okay. I barely dodged the axe, but my fur is standing on end now. I completely forgot about the shadow. How did I forget something so important? She's going to get in the way, then there's only one thing to do. I gotta shut up this giant bull to save Miss President. A bear against a bull, nature's oldest rivalry.
Listen, Buster! A bear can take a bull in a fight anytime, anywhere! I think.
Fucking Teddy. Oh my god. Teddy, it's not that you're stupid. I swear it's not that you're stupid. It's that you're fucking Teddy. Date of birth. Boo. Ooh, she doesn't have a name. Interesting. Teddy got combos, y'all.
Miss President, you can come back here. It's all right.
Yeah, it should be okay now. The bull has calmed down and the shadow is quietly standing by. All she needs to do now is accept herself, right? Miss President hesitates. Not only won't she come near, she won't even look this way. Is she that upset? But Risei-chan slowly takes Miss President's hand and urges her to come forward. Miss President takes a step forward, spurred on by Risei-chan's kindness. But it's still no good. Her face is still as troubled as ever. A cute girl like her should be smiling.
Seriously, you're such a handful, Miss President.
You're still calling me that?
Well, you haven't officially introduced yourself yet.
You know I'm not human, right? How come you're being so nice?
'Cause I'm not human either.
Hey, I'm not human either.
Huh?
Aw, I told her once already. How could she forget after I showed her my insides? Since Miss President still seems dazed, I explain what I mean.
I wanted people to like me. That's what I wished for. And this is the shape I took. When people like you, it feels good. knowing that you belong somewhere.
Wait, is that how his shadow form was determined? Because he wanted people to like him? Huh. I really think that's true. It was what I wished for without knowing back then.
Isn't that the same thing as wanting to be understood?
This is probably what Now-chan meant. What Miss President's shadow said and what I wished for, they're pretty similar. There's not much difference between wanting to be liked and wanting to be understood.
When people like you.
Did you have anyone like that, Miss President?
Someone who liked me. Someone who loved me.
Yes, and then I killed her. I fix my gaze on Miss President, who's gone quiet. It's not an adult bear's way to hurry someone with something like this. After thinking and thinking, Miss President timidly opens her mouth.
Kind of foggy. But I feel like there was someone like that. Someone who cared about us.
That's wonderful!
Yeah, it really is.
Miss President smiles and looks straight into my eyes. Aha! I think she'll be okay now. So I muster up my courage and ask her directly.
Miss President, do you mind if I ask your name?
Miss President looks taken aback for a second, but then she returns my look and answers.
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Labris.
That was 5 times longer than what I was expecting. But I'm gonna get it right first try.
Anti-shadow suppressive. I bit my tongue.
Sheesh, you just had to kill the mood, didn't you?
A painful jab to my cowardly heart. She'd have to tell me that. I knew it all too well. That's why I'm not gonna mess up anymore.
Labby-chan, I got it now.
I like that. Feels a little funny, but I like it.
When she hears my nickname for her, Labby-chan makes the kindest face I've seen on her so far. She's so pretty when she smiles. Aww. She stands quietly, like she's finally at peace. Then she looks her shadow in the eyes and smiles again.
Looks like Labby-chan is sticking. Not bad, huh? I still wish from the bottom of my heart that they all have happy lives. I do remember those words. Someone said that to me once. And I went and completely forgot about it.
I pray from the bottom of my heart that everyone can find happiness. What a lovely thing to say. I wish that from the bottom of my heart too. Labby-chan begins to slowly walk towards her shadow and gets a cutscene that we are gonna skip. Skip. After accepting her shadow, Labby-chan turns towards us with a big, happy smile. Ooh, it's so cute. While I appreciate her awesome smile, Labby-chan cocks her head a bit and speaks up.
Myself. There's only one Labris. And I'm the best there is at being me. Right?
Good job, Labby-chan.
Nope. I give her a thumbs up, but Labby-chan just shrugs it off. Uh-oh, I know Labby-chan's the queen of pointedly ignoring things, but this is no time for that.
Oh, you're supposed to copy me at times like this. Mise-chan, if you don't mind, a little demonstration, please.
Fine. Sorry about this. Just play along, okay? You put your finger like this and... No, don't put the thumb down. Up, like this.
Like this? And then...
Labby-chan follows Rise-chan's example and then looks up. Ooh, there we go.
Good going, me!
That's right. All together now. Good job!
Hey, that was great! The way our voices came together was so nice that all 3 of us started laughing at once. Just when my cheeks are hurting from laughing too much, Labby-chan takes a deep breath and speaks up.
I've never laughed so hard in my life! Even if my shadow comes out again, I'm sure I'll be okay. Now that I've found people I can connect with, it's all thanks to you. To Teddy, my loyal knight.
No, don't give him ideas. It's truly an honor as your knight. That's what I wanted to say, but my mouth froze up and I couldn't get it out. That's weird. Why did that happen? Usually I have no problem saying whatever, but right now it's like, I don't know what to say. How do I explain?
Whoa, Teddy! Are you actually embarrassed?
I'm not got him, Bear! Oh, I bit my tongue again!
Labby-chan laughs and Rise-chan does too. That weird feeling has gone away now, and I smile really big too. Ah, this is how things are supposed to be. Anyway, the shadow's been dealt with and the case is solved. Those invisible walls are gone too, so we contacted everyone who was forced to fight in the Grand Prix and decided to meet up. Boy, was I surprised when Rise-chan told me that Sensei is already here. Knowing that he already got back from the city while I was inside the TV makes me a lonely bear. I wanted to be there when he arrived. Oh, but wait, now's not the time to be sad. I'll give him a big warm welcome back as soon as I see him. Speaking of surprises, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
That reminds me. I wonder if I-chan and the others are okay. I left them behind after all. They'll realize they can get out now.
Those guys from the Kirijo group.
They'll be fine. Our senpai wouldn't leave them to rot. I'm sure if they run into the Kirijo group people, they'll bring them back here.
And if they don't, well, fuck it. Who cares? Yeah, that's true. There's no reason to fight anymore. And I'm sure Sensei won't even blink when he sees those three strangers. He might even tell them to follow him. Maybe I-chan or that pretty lady will say something like, "You're so amazing, let me pet you," once they hear about my amazing job as a knight. I sniff around for the way back to Junes, and lo and behold, I find that studio lobby on the rooftop. I'm going to tell Labby-chan every little detail about my friends until they show up. Like how charming Sensei is, how embarrassing Yosuke is, Yuki-chan's elegance, Chie-chan's cuteness, Kanji's feminine manliness, and all that stuff. Labby-chan listens to everything so excitedly that I don't mind talking until I run out of breath. Once I finish talking about everyone... Labby-chan looks a little confused. Oh, whoops, did I exaggerate something so much that she's a little put off? As if to follow up, Rise-chan lightly taps Labby-chan's shoulder.
Don't worry. They're good people.
Yeah, some of them look kind of iffy. Like Kanji, obviously. But he's a great kid at heart.
Though Kanji's just not too bright, so...
Whoa, robot! While we're talking, I hear footsteps. They're here! Less talk, more schmoozin'. I'm sure Labby-chan will see how great everyone is when she meets them face to face. First one to show up is... Oh, Yosuke! Huh. I've been separated for too long, but I feel like I haven't seen him in ages. Overwhelmed by emotion, I dive at Yosuke!
Whoa, it's Teddy! Damn it, you got us so worried.
Yosuke, you've grown so much since I last saw you.
That was yesterday!
Oh, I have.
You two never change.
Sensei! I missed you so much!
That voice, that magnetic personality, it can't be anyone but Sensei! His 2-month absence triggers a 10 megaton bomb of nostalgia in me. I'm coming for you, Sensei! I tackle him in a big bear hug and he hugs me right back. Oh, that big heart is what makes Sensei who he is.
Yikes! Yukin's getting covered in Teddy's tears and snot. Ugh, looks like someone's gonna have to make up for this.
What are you looking at me for?
I'm glad to see that Rise-chan's okay too.
It seems we've reunited at last. Wait, I don't see Kanji-kun here.
I'm sure he'll show up eventually. Let's start this off without him for now.
Everybody just dismisses Kanji, I love it. Rise-chan turns around towards Labby-chan. Oh yeah, I was gonna introduce her, but I was so happy to be reunited with everyone that I forgot.
Anyway, this is our... Oh, wait! I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Rise Kujikawa. Nice to meet you, Labris.
Labby-chan still seems worried despite what Rise-chan says. She can't even answer her. Well, I wonder if I should do something or if she needs to do this on her own. Sensei puts his hand on my fur.
Teddy, why don't you make the introductions? You're the one who rescued her, right?
That's right! I was Labby-chan's knight, Sensei!
Yeah, Rise told me. Nice job.
What's this? Did Rise-chan use her persona to tell everyone what happened with Labby-chan? She told me that once I found the exit, she'd let everyone know, but how thoughtful of her to take that extra step. So there's nothing to worry about. Sensei's praise is all the encouragement I need. I'm so confident that I decided to go and push Labby-chan towards everyone else.
Hey! What are you doing?
Just trust me. Come on, introduce yourself.
Labby-chan seems scared, but she doesn't.
Nice to meet you. My name's Labris. I'm really sorry putting you through so much trouble today.
When she says that, oddly, everyone goes quiet. I'm getting as nervous as Labby-chan. What's going on? Then someone breaks the ice.
Whoa, check out the Kansai accent.
Huh?
That's the first thing that comes to your mind? Not, whoa, a robot persona user. Or, awesome, I bet she can do a rocket punch. Or, oh, wait, I shouldn't be saying that stuff to her face, should I?
What's this? Oh, did you just shoot yourself in the foot?
We heard what happened. You met your shadow, right? You must be exhausted.
It does put rather a strain on oneself, yes. Perhaps it was different for you, but still, best to be cautious.
Everyone's tension drains after Chie-chan and Yosuke exchange, and they all start talking at once. Labby-chan is still hesitant, but she slowly begins to smile more. One by one, everyone goes up to Labby-chan, introduces themselves, and talks with her. Alright, I've seen enough. I can already tell. Everyone's friends with Labby-chan now.
This has been the best day! I got to see Sensei, I met Labby-chan, and then we had a big ol' reunion!
Just as things are getting all cozy, I hear the sound of high heels echoing. Huh? If that's finally Kanji, his footsteps shouldn't sound like that. I'd be scared if they did. So that means...
You're the Kirijo groups.
The scary yet beautiful lady and I-chan! You're both safe! Oh, and the half-naked man, too.
It's Akihiko.
Labby-chan cringes in fear as the three of them arrive. After meeting I-chan, I'm not too worried, but that half-naked man and the pretty lady are still scary. I don't blame her for being nervous. Alright, I'll pitch in as her knight.
Hold on there! If you want to talk to Labby-chan, you'll have to go through me first!
It's okay, Teddy.
I feel a gentle hand on my back. When I turn around, Labby-chan looks a little pained, but
I
determined.
remember who I am now. So there's some things I gotta talk over with him. I'll be honest. I'm a little scared. But this is my problem.
Are you sure?
I can't wimp out in front of my friends. Don't worry about it.
Well, if she says so. I'm worried because this still seems hard on her, but I can see in her face that she's thought this through. I believe in Labby-chan. Even if things don't work out in the end, there's no need to worry. I'm right behind her. I don't know if she's picking up on that or not, but Labby-chan smiles at me. Then she takes a step forward. She's going over to I-chan.
Sister.
Labby-chan was about to say something, but in the end, she decides not to. Instead, she faces the pretty lady.
You're Labris, correct?
Yes. I'm the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Labris.
It's strange, but that lady doesn't seem so scary now. She's actually sounding calm, talking about she and Labby-chan. She made everything seem so easy to understand, so I tell her what I know, and everyone else joins in to tell her how Labby-chan feels. Even Sensei. And after the lady hears it all, she bows low to apologize.
I'm sorry for everything.
Huh?
You were designed to have a heart, and yet unforgivable sins were perpetrated against you.
How come you're apologizing?
The past sins of the deceased are not my responsibility, but I do bear responsibility for the future built on that foundation. Hence, I am obliged to atone for the sins committed against you.
I wasn't thinking about atonement or anything. I mean, you're gonna take me back there anyways, right?
Labris, you seem to be misunderstanding me. I don't intend to seal you away again.
Huh?
I want you to perform the duties you were made for, along with Aegis here, who could be considered your younger sister. It needn't be right away, of course. All we need now is a mutual understanding. Let's get to know each other, Labris, and maybe one day you'll lend us your strength.
Just listening to her makes sure... Alright, thanks, PlayStation. Just listening to her makes sure that this lady wants what's best for Labby-chan. Labby-chan is at a loss for words, but she knows that too, right? Before I can say anything, I-chan takes her hand. It's the same mechanical hand as Labby-chan's. It's true. Labby-chan does have someone who's just like her.
Sister, I guess...
There are so many things I want to ask you about, but I'll just say this for now. I'm glad to meet you.
Labby-chan gently squeezes I-chan's hand. Ah, the sisters have come to an understanding.
Labby-chan, I'm happy for you.
Yes! Now it's time to share that happiness with me! Just as I'm about to rush over to her, Labby-chan's body shakes strangely.
Labby-chan?
What in the world is going on? Is she sick from all the excitement? I try to see if I can tell when...
It's not over yet.
Whoa, who said that? It wasn't Labby-chan's voice, but it didn't sound like her at all. Or it was Labby-chan's voice.
Is this the same communication system we use?
What are you standing around for? Everyone, get away from Labrys!
Labby-chan violently swings her right arm at the lady. The lady quickly dodges, but Labby-chan left a dent in the ground with just her bare hands. Oh my, you're so strong, Labby-chan.
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
What? What's that supposed to mean? Can someone explain this to me? What's happened to Labby-chan?
We have to help them. I'll back you guys up, but you need to hurry.
Leave it to us.
Everyone darts off, leaving me completely flustered. Wait a second. We're gonna fight against Labby-chan? Everyone looks so tired from all the fighting before. If they have to fight again now...
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
Persona comes out of Labby-chan. It's the one she just got by accepting her shadow. When I saw that, my doubts about whether or not to fight her went away. This isn't right. She didn't get her persona just to fight us. Labby-chan shouldn't have to fight her friends anymore.
Labby-chan, I'll save you quick as lightning. No matter what happens, I'll always be your knight.
That's why I have to stop her. I mean, I'm Labby-chan's knight. I've got to protect her heart, too. I think whoever hacks in and takes control of her is different from the thing that summons a shadow at the end. Eerie voice versus mysterious entity. I think they're two different things. Pew!
Final. Fight!
Teddy screw! Fly! Persona! Pull! Teddy screw! Come on! Launch!
Boom!
This is gonna be awesome! This is a special one! Launch! Climb up the stair pole! Chop! Teddy screw! Hee-haw! Chop!
Oh. Okay. Uh-oh. Boom! Just barely. Almost got me in chip damage. Jesus. Did I manage to stop Labby-chan? I carefully look into Labby-chan's face when she stops moving. Suddenly, she starts talking blankly.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
It's the same voice as before, and it's totally a man's voice. Who in the world is that? He's been going on and on about personas this and that and some test thing, but it's all just a gag to him.
You heard Labby-chan over something like that?
I'm absolutely furious that he used Labby-chan. After taking a brief look at me, the voice keeps talking.
I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
He wasn't listening to what I said at all. Can't he see how angry I am?
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering.
But yeah, he don't have a persona and can't enter the TV versus summoning up somebody as a shadow copy seems like an entirely different skill set.
You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
If I never meet you again, it'll be too soon. Actually, who are you? At least have the common courtesy to introduce yourself.
I was waiting for him to at least say his name. Why is he prolonging the suspense like that? But then I hear this weird sound like something turning off, and Labi-chan collapses like a puppet whose strings were cut. Does that mean he's gone? How rude can you get? Didn't even answer one of my questions. Didn't listen to anything I said. He's the worst. I'm still frustrated, but I'm worried about Labi-chan. Did my best to try and stop her. I didn't go too far, did I?
Is Labi-chan okay?
Labi-chan nods. When Labi-chan hears my voice, she opens her eyes. Oh, good. She's not making that weird face anymore.
What a relief.
Everyone is trying to figure out who that was, but I'm fine now that I know Labi-chan's okay. While I help Ai-chan with Labi-chan, Sensei and the others talk to the lady.
You should leave the rest of this affair to us. We'll do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is our duty.
What a cool, beautiful voice. This must be what they mean by a voice you just can't argue with.
Yosuke, let's go back.
I thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe.
He sounded like he was doing what the lady wanted, but Sensei and Yosuke were looking at each other funny. What was that about? Are they scheming something even though Sensei said he wasn't? Well, it's more important right now that Labi-chan gets better. It's time we got out of this TV. And then the party can start. Oh god, you have a fucking one-track mind, even more than Kanji. Yosuke stretches his limbs and grunts.
Well, at least everyone's okay.
Aren't we forgetting something?
Huh? I don't think so. If I could conjure up something though, I'd bet everyone would congratulate me. Just give myself a hint.
Kanji-kun still hasn't arrived.
Oh, good job, Nao-chan. No wonder you're an ace detective. Kanji hasn't been with us since all this started. I thought he was just running late and he'd catch up later, but stuff happened with Labi-chan and, well, he completely slipped our minds.
He is pretty late.
After what just happened, something could still be up.
Oh, crud, that's right. After what just happened, what if Kanji's in trouble? Oh, wait a second. My adorable ears are picking something up. Is that...
Huh? I think I hear something.
You're right. So do I.
What's it saying? I can't make it out.
Where is it?
Everyone looks at each other in confusion over the noise that's coming closer. Those thunderous footsteps and that yell.
Oh man, I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
You're far from the only one.
You're kidding me.
Is this Kanji?
Does everyone else think so too? I turn around with a bad feeling about this, and sure enough, Kanji's running up like a madman. Looks like he was completely late to the party. Oh well, since I, the knight-errant Teddy, played a huge role this time, I'll speak for everyone. When I step forward, Kanji glares at me and points his finger. What the...
Is this the final battleground in the Grand Prix to decide the strongest man?
Kanji, why are you bringing that up?
I see.
Hey, what are you looking at me for? Wait, I guess too? What's so funny?
Oh no, he just reminded me a bit of you.
See? Even the ladies are laughing at you, Kanji. Sheesh, it's embarrassing being your friend.
Kanji, you were still at it?
Ugh! I already told you it's over!
Shut up! No one gets to decide when my dream's over,
Oh my
but
God.
me.
Dream? Do you mean to tell me you think this is all a dream?
Huh, I kind of remember Rise-chan bringing something like that up when I talked with her. Yosuke seems a bit embarrassed. Oh, I get it. Yosuke must have gotten beat by the confused Kanji, or Kan-kan, as I'll call him.
Well,
I suppose that it does all seem quite unrealistic.
Still, isn't this kind of long for a dream?
Honestly, Kanji can be such a handful.
What are we gonna do? Should we stop him?
Wait a second.
I just remembered something really seriously very important.
That's right. It's extremely important. I haven't gotten my victory kiss from Labby-chan. Now that I remember that, I gotta give this last fight everything I got and win Labby-chan's praise.
Kanji, I'm your last opponent.
Huh? What, do you want to fight me, Ted?
I've got one more job to do. I can't let this end without at least getting a victory kiss.
What? A kiss? What kind of motive is that?
I quickly step before Kanji as he's cracking his knuckles. Oh, how awesome! The P1 Grand Prix to decide the most masculine of all men. Now this is more like it.
Alas, he never learns.
Well, if it calms Kanji down, I'm fine with it.
Heated battle between the daringest of men. The ultimate showdown to decide who's most macho of all. Now this is a festival. Get ready to try a little teddiness.
I throw Labby-chan a sidelong glance. He doesn't look hurt or anything. It's okay if we tussle a little, right? Labby-chan seems to understand. After looking at Ai-chan, she gives me the thumbs up.
If you're gonna do this, you better not lose. Best of luck, Mr. Knight.
All right. Labby-chan's cheering has boosted my courage to 120%.
Bring it on, Ted. You're gonna find out that the legendary Kanji Tatsumi's the strongest man there is! Especially since you're in my dream anyway. Rah!
Oh man, he's way too into this.
I agree.
Still, there comes a time when a man's gotta take a stand. Go for it, guys. Fight it out to your heart's content.
Yes! Chie-chan's right. Now is the time for me to take a stand.
Come and get me.
This is stupid. And I love it. Pew.
Final. Right here, Ted. That's nothing. Take that. Don't underestimate. Damn, this'll hurt.
Hey, you're free. I will lose.
Right here.
Come on.
Boring.
No way. I've had enough of this.
Bonk. And I really hope that we're done with Teddy's story now.
Teddy win.
Amazing! I, Teddy, have dominated the Grand Prix. I'm truly the champion. Now that I've had my victory dance, shall we move on to our triumphant march back home?
Satisfied now, Kanji?
Huh? This isn't a dream?
We've been telling you that from the start.
Sorry.
Stupid kanji. You really are dense, you know that?
Man, this was all real? Sorry, dudes.
Oh my! Rise-chan is showing Kanji no mercy. The world is a harsh place for losers, huh? Good thing I won.
They're very energetic.
Ridiculous is more the word I'd use.
I don't know. Seeing them like this brings back some memories.
Junpei.
Come on, Labby-chan. Give me a kiss. I demand it.
As I bounce around Labby-chan, she looks perplexed. Aw, is she still holding out on me? Labby-chan is such a tease.
What gives, anyway? You fought one of your friends without even being forced to. How can you laugh about it like that now?
I infer that for them, this is one way of communicating with each other. The common phrase is that they are letting their fists do the talking.
Their fists are talking?
I have heard that doing so allows people to form even stronger bonds.
Yeah, you and Yosuke beat each other up, and that got Yosuke a new persona.
This wasn't exactly anything so noble.
Bonds. Huh. I like that.
Labi-chan smiles shyly and gently pats my head. Oh, those petting skills. She knows how to rub me the right way. It's not a kiss, but I'll take it. That was stupid. So stupid. After we all got out of the TV, we were so tired that we went our separate ways and fell asleep at home. Next day, we got together to see Labi-chan off, plus the others who were going back to the city. Labi-chan looked so lonely in that long, cool car. Yosuke called it a sweet limo. Or maybe I'm the lonely one.
Labi-chan, you decided to go with Mit-chan, right?
Mit-chan?
Mit-chan? Who are you talking?
You know that it's bad when even you is just like, what are you oh.
Huh? Wait, is he referring to me? Mit-chan indeed. And just what are you laughing at, Akihiko?
The idea of anyone calling you...
You're laughing too hard, Aki.
What?
It's very rare to see anything make Mitsuru-san laugh like this.
Sheesh, what's her deal? I'm trying to have a heartfelt farewell, and these guys keep undercutting me. Even Labi-chan is laughing. Well, I'll forgive them for a cute girl's sake. Besides, laughing like this is more our thing than staying down in the dumps.
The thought of staying here did cross my mind. But I've made my choice. I'm gonna find whoever it was that set you all up and catch him myself.
The way Labi-chan said that so confidently was awesome. She's gleaming so much I can barely look at her. But if I don't look, it'll be wasted, so I'll just have to go blind. I've heard that looking at cute girls can do that to you.
Yeah, you'll be okay. You've got Ai-chan, Mit-chan, and Aki with you. I'm sure you can pull it off.
Yeah, I'm not alone. Right?
Exactly. If anything comes up, I'll be at your side right away.
I'll try my hardest to make a place where I belong. Just like you, my senpai. Will you root for me? Even when I'm far away?
Hi, Lunar Foxes. Cohesion, get out. That's terrible. I'm her senpai? That has a nice ring to it. I can't help but smile real wide, but I gotta keep my dignity. I am her senpai after all. I make the sternest face I can and puff out my chest.
Follow your senpai Teddy's example as much as you want.
Just make sure not to follow his example of getting carried away so easily.
Dude, Labris is way better than you at all kinds of things. You ask me, it's you who should be following her example.
What?
What horrible things to say! As a senpai, I demand an apology and reparations. I'm hoppin' mad, but Yosuke brushes it off with a quick shut it. And Chie-chan is asking, are you sure you want this guy as a senpai? Oh well. I can let such petty jibes pass. Since I am a senpai and all.
Seriously, the only good thing about my friends is that they're never dull. Make sure you train hard so you can keep up with them, okay?
Yeah, I'll do that.
I ignore everyone else talking about what training hard really means as Labi-chan and I look each other in the eye and smile. Ah, true exchange of feelings. It's like me and Sensei. But for a moment, Labi-chan's face goes serious, worried even. I cock my head to ask what's wrong, and Labi-chan hesitantly answers.
Can I come back here again?
Why would you have to ask that?
Huh?
Heck, if you don't come back, I'll come after you and drag you here.
Seriously, what a thing to ask. We're friends, and senpai and student on top of that. Shouldn't need my permission to come back here.
Gotcha. But make sure you let me know in advance so you don't cause a scene by showing up all of a sudden, okay?
Labi-chan smiles. Huh? Why is she crying? I can't bear to see a cute girl cry. Labi-chan laughs through her tears and gently takes my hand. Her mechanical hand presses into my soft fur.
Thanks, Teddy.
Thanks to you too, Labi-chan.
Well?
See ya. Labi-chan waves from the window of the sweet limo and goes farther and farther away. I do my best to wave back, and I keep waving until I can't see her anymore. Eventually, she disappears.
She's gone.
Yosuke pets my head when he hears me mutter so sadly. No, if he acts nice to me now, I'll cry even more.
I'm sure you'll see her again.
Yeah, she said she'd come back.
Hey, Labi-chan. I couldn't say it before, but you don't need to worry about anything. Maybe you don't realize it, but you're so charming that you'll be fine wherever you go. Everyone will want to be your friend. Just look at everyone here. They all couldn't help but like you. Heck, I like you so much that I wish you'd come back right now. After we said goodbye to Labi-chan, we all gathered as usual in the food court. It was to make up for Sensei's welcome back party that got interrupted by the case. I was kinda down though, because I'd hoped Labi-chan could join us at the party.
You really stepped up to the plate this time, Teddy. Good job.
Well, if Sensei's gonna say that. Since I am a superhero, I start talking about my heroic escapades as the knight-errant Teddy. Everyone will want to hear.
Enough about that already.
Oh, come on. I know you want to hear more. You should be more honest about your feelings, Yosuke.
Believe me, I don't hold back when it comes to the stuff you do.
Is Kanji just dead? Hold on. Kanji is just dead. Somebody killed Kanji. He's dead. Jeez, Yosuke, such a sullen boy. I elbow Yosuke in the ribs when Chie-chan looks up from being moved to tears by my heroic tale.
Are you done talking about your hero thing?
Huh?
I'm sorry, Teddy. What was the last thing you said?
What? Was no one listening at all? Hey, now that I look, even Kanji's fast asleep.
You're all so cruel.
Come now. We all know that you did your best already.
Really? Then can I go on with my story?
Let's save the rest for another occasion.
Sheesh, that's enough out of Teddy. Come on, Yosuke-senpai. Now's your chance.
Right. Everyone, may I have your attention, please?
When Yosuke claps his hands, he gets everyone's attention. Even Kanji wakes up from his nap. I'm impressed, and a little jealous.
We are gathered here today at this food court to celebrate our reunion, obviously. But that's not all.
Is this about that mysterious voice?
But I thought we were going to let those Kirijo group people handle it.
I said that we should trust Mitsuru-san, but I didn't tell her we wouldn't get involved.
Now that's our leader. That's what I'm talking about.
So what's the plan?
Well, first, explain what the fuck is going on to you.
Are you still half asleep? It should be obvious what we're going to do.
Obvious what we're going to do? Does that mean what I think it does? I look at Sensei with excitement. He keeps his usual cool expression before speaking up.
The investigation team is back in action.
Oh, I wondered what it was, but now that he said it, my excitement's through the roof. I'm like a teddy rocket. I'll go all the way to space. He means we're going to be working on the same thing that Labi-chan and our new friends are, right? I'm so pumped up to do this that I feel like I'm turning into a hot air balloon. Considering how important I was to solving this case, I bet that'll continue into the next one. There's only one thing to say.
This looks like another job for Teddy!
What? Where did that come from?
The moment I say it, everyone promptly makes a jab at my comment. Now this is what the bond between friends is supposed to be. I can't wait for Labi-chan to join in on the ribbing too. Oh, and Mit-chan and I-chan, of course. If Aki changes his half-naked ways, I might even let him join in too. The best Golden Week ever is just getting started. Okay, so that's credits. All right, I have to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be back, and we'll continue with...
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I guess?
This
No,
place
Yuki,
exists
Yosuke.
between dream and reality,
We'll continue with Yosuke.
mind and matter. Now then, why don't you introduce yourself?
The persona ability is the power to control one's own heart, and the heart is strengthened through bonds. As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop. The power of these social links is what will determine your persona's abilities.
Alright, we are back. Get my headphones back on. So I kind of painted myself into a corner because Yosuke's story is very similar to Aigis' story. So we'll do Yosuke first, though. We'll do The Magician before we continue with The Fools. Excuse me. When the new girl says Labris, Miss President opens her mouth, trembling.
My name is Labris? Labris.
In that instant, her pale face flushes with comprehension. She looks down at her mechanical limbs and her face twists into a bitter expression. In the meantime, the shadow glares at the other robot girl.
Don't tell me you're... Yes. I am the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Aigis. I am the model that came after you.
Huh. So you're here to seize her. Well, I won't let you. I'm sick of that place. I'm going to be free. Isn't that right, me? Won't that be better than letting the Kiricho group capture you again?
Kiricho. Capture.
The president blankly repeats the shadow's words. She turns to me, her eyes filled with desperation.
I wasn't human?
I should answer her. And I try, but nothing comes out of my mouth. In that moment, I can feel our fates ripping apart.
I won't be caged! I will take my freedom!
Shadow's arm suddenly shoots out across the room. It's connected to her by a long chain and it catches Miss President, Labris, in it. The chain reels in like it was connected to a winch, dragging her along. The shadow grabs Labris and lifts her onto its shoulders. In the next moment, the shadow bursts out of the announcement room. That was fast. Can't believe she's carrying twice her own weight.
Wait!
The other robot, Aigis, follows right behind. That just leaves Rise and me in a whole lot of questions. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The student council president isn't a human, but some kind of weapon? And there's another robot girl.
Ow!
Something smacks me in the back. It's Rise. She's staring at me with flushed cheeks.
Senpai, aren't you gonna go after them?
After them? Yeah, why am I spacing out? Of course I can't just let stuff end like this. So what if she's not human? So what if she's not what I'd imagined? She believed in me, she trusted me, and yet I completely failed her. I'm not gonna let it end now. Not a chance in hell.
Thanks, Rise.
She didn't get to be a celebrity for nothing. She's really got some guts. It sure is great to have friends to urge you
I'll
on.
back you up from here. Good luck!
I nod with determination. I leave Rise alone in the announcement room and run out the hole in the wall. I can't match their speed, but I know where they're going. When the shadow left the room, she turned towards the stairway. She was going to head downstairs and be faster to make for the fire escape in the other direction. So while that isn't a whole lot to go on, I think I can guess where they're going. To the roof. Which is where the lobby is, right? As I huff and puff my way up the stairs, I see the door to the roof is open, just as I thought. When I got there, I didn't see what I expected to. It took my breath away. Looks like the studio, like that place. This is the entrance to this world we used up until this spring. It went away after we solved the mystery last year, but it must have come back when Labrys entered the TV and created the school. I guess that when everybody saw the Midnight Channel, they all became interested in it, like last time. That's why it looks exactly the same.
You're here.
In the middle of the area, Aegis and the Shadow, still carrying Labrys, are at a standoff. Labrys is silent. She looks conscious, but her eyes are empty, as if she's given up trying to understand anything. The Shadow smiles when she sees me and snaps her fingers. Suddenly, the area is enveloped with a strange presence.
What? The Grand Prix isn't over yet. If you want to chase me, you better fight each other.
Hey, wait!
Ow. I try to chase after the Shadow, but run into another invisible wall. This crap again? The Shadow disappears back into the school building. Damn it. Looks like I just helped her buy more time. The Grand Prix isn't over? Don't tell me I've got to fight more to keep going. So now I have to fight this robot Aegis? I timidly ask her. Hell, I don't know anything about her other than her name. First, I need to find out what the hell she's doing here.
Is it true you came to capture her?
You're Captain Ressentiment, Yosuke Hanamura, correct?
She knows me. And she knows about the Ressentiment thing. Someone kill me.
I saw you in the video advertising this tournament. The one showing the people currently in this world.
Did you now?
Still. Ressentiment, huh? It still really pisses me off, but to be honest, it's not that far from the truth.
Normally, I would recommend that you evacuate at once, but neither of us can leave. I must go after her.
What a coincidence. Me too.
But this has nothing to do with you.
I may not have meant to, but I hurt that girl. She was depending on me, and I turned my back on her.
Not a human? A robot? So what? That's what I wanted to say to her, but I couldn't. That's why
I need to go and apologize.
When I say that, Aegis' expression relaxes. It's a really natural expression, very human-like. Labrys' face was like that too.
I think I should explain certain things to you. I'm not authorized to disclose everything, but...
She slowly begins to speak. Apparently, there were incidents involving shadows and personas outside of Inaba too. They didn't start recently either, but they made an unofficial squad to deal with stuff like that, and Aegis belongs to that group. She's a weapon created solely to fight shadows. She was given a soul so that she can summon a persona, the only method of dealing with shadows. Miss President, Labrys was a prototype, but she went AWOL. Holy crap. I mean, after last year, I'm ready for any kind of crazy story, but this still takes me by surprise. Of course, it's not all that hard to believe when one of the robot girls is standing right here in front of me. But still.
There are shadows outside the TV too?
We would never have realized that a television could lead to a space like this.
Well, I'm surprised by what you just told me, so I guess we're even.
I tried joking and smiling, but Aegis doesn't smile back. She looks straight at me. Her eyes are filled with strength. I can tell that she's measuring me up. Come to think of it, Labrys looked at me the same way when we first met. I remember thinking, man, those eyes.
Hey, please tell me, what's going to happen to Labrys once you catch her?
I cannot answer that.
Aegis hesitates before answering, like she has to squeeze it out of her throat. That pause says more to me than her words.
If you have no other questions, then let us begin the battle. There isn't any time to spare. Please don't resist. I can knock you out painlessly if you comply.
Yikes. But hey, I can't back down.
I act cocky so that I won't get scared. But when I smile, I know that I just can't let her beat me.
Are you really going to fight a living weapon like myself? I do not mean to boast, but your chances of success are low.
I'm still a guy. And guys should help out crying girls, right?
That's incredibly sexist, but I mean also slightly noble, so I'll let it pass. For some reason, this brings a smile to her face. Then I had a thought. Was she trying to scare me to keep me from getting into something dangerous? Perhaps this is her way of trying to be kind to me. Well, if it is, it's not going to work. I'll never forgive myself if I was sent home now. I'd lose something important to me. I've already made my decision. Maybe Aegis sensed that resolution in me because she takes a fighting stance.
I understand. I accept your challenge. Here I come.
I've got 2 knives. She has a fucking Gatling gun and missiles. Holy shit. Try not to die, Yosuke. Try really hard not to die, Yosuke.
Final. Damage! Severe heavy damage! Light damage! Crap! Please save Athena! Come get me! No! Heavy damage! Go! Please hit! Started! Here we go! Boulder system air! No! Some damage sustained! Dash! Red fire!
Oh, that was a mortar.
Heavy damage! Here I come! Heavy damage! Here goes!
Oh, sweet! That was his ultimate. Or his instant kill, but she blocked it. But I got it. I did it. My shoulders bounce up and down as I wipe my sweaty face on my sleeve. I'm completely out of breath.
Well done. I'm surprised you defeated me, but this may have been for the best.
Huh?
You are truly concerned for her, even after discovering that she's a living weapon. Your sympathy is much more impressive than that of a fellow machine like myself. Such consideration is immeasurably warm and cherished for us.
Aigis' voice is gentle, but she also sounds a little sad. I sense like she's carrying a burden that I can't imagine. I don't know what to say, but she gives me another of those soft smiles.
I met my own friends once, and reached my own answer. I was thinking of telling my sister of these experiences.
Oh, she's your sister.
But I think it's better that you tell her instead.
Will I be able to do that? Wouldn't it be better for Aigis to go? No, the answer's already there. I have to face Labris, for Aigis' sake as well. I look straight into Aigis' eyes to show my determination.
I don't know if I have the answer you're talking about, but there is something I want her to know. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get it across, but when I was going through tough times, I had my friend... Ah.
Did you just bite your tongue? Son of a bitch. That was such an awesome speech, and I muffed the last word! Silence ensues.
Friend.
Dude, you pick up on everything?
Pure disappointment when you open your mouth. Now I understand.
How do you know about that?
My database is perpetually being updated. Even as we speak, I am receiving information about you from the server, known for wearing a trash can on his head. I comprehend.
Wait, how come all this information about me is bad? And what's this server you're talking about?
To think you would have such hobbies. The possibilities of man are truly infinite.
That's not...
Senpai, can you hear me?
A transmission from Risai. That's right, now's not the time to be acting stupid. But what other time is there?
Loud and clear. Did you pick up Labris' trail?
She's headed for the announcement room again. I'm gonna get out of here while I can.
The announcement room again? At first I was worried about Risai, but now that I think about it, as long as she can use her persona to track the enemy, she's safer than anybody in here. Alright, time to catch up. If the shadow needed to make us fight to stall for time, it means she's still got something up her sleeve. I slap my cheeks to wake myself up a bit. I'll finish it this time.
I entrust Labris, my sister, with you.
As I'm leaving, Aigis' voice calls out from behind me. Her words relieved me.
I don't know, that you were gonna capture her and lock her up somewhere. Her shadow was talking about how she didn't want to be caged again, and that she wanted to be free. But you don't seem like the type to do that. I think you really do have her best interests in mind. I'll bring Labris back to you, whatever it takes, Aigis-san.
Hanamura-san, thank you.
Look at that. Labris does have a place to go. Yeah, she doesn't belong here in this made-up school. I bow to Aigis and start running again. I returned to the announcement room and opened the door. All I saw was Labris standing alone in the middle of the room. Her mechanical legs are splayed on the floor and she seems to be mumbling something happily. Okay, that's not right. The shadow is nowhere to be found. Where is she watching from? Oblivious to my suspicion, Labrys starts talking to me in a cheerful but almost lifeless voice.
Oh, it's you, Yosuke-kun. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be in class?
You're not thinking straight. We're inside the TV world. You're not the student council president.
What are you talking about? I came here to broadcast a student council announcement.
Labrys looks up with empty eyes. She's no longer in her human form, but her stuck-on smile is painful to look at. That's not her real smile. I take a deep breath.
Labrys. That's your name. You know that, right? Let's go back and put an end to this fake world.
Why? Why are you saying that stuff?
Labrys' eyes finally look at me clearly. She looked at reality.
I want to stay here. This is the only place I can belong.
Labrys slowly stands up and puts her arm behind her back. She removes her wings and they expand to form a giant axe.
I won't go back. I'm gonna stay here forever and ever.
Whoa! She brings down her axe with incredible speed. To swing a huge chunk of steel like that so easily, that's just not humanly possible. I mean, I expected as much, but I can't go easy on her.
I'm sorry I have to do this. I'll apologize as much as you want later, but right now, I've got to stop you with everything I have.
Always solving problems with your fists. But hey, if it works, it works. Pew.
Final.
Please stop. What? How is that your uppercut? Dude. Here we go.
Let's do this. Did it.
That was cool, actually. As long as you have enough SP to do it, it's not that hard to pull off, but because I keep doing the follow-up on the combos, I keep using up my SP.
Why can't I stay like this?
What good will it do for you to forget everything? You know that you're trying to ignore the truth and that you're lying to yourself. That'll only bring you more pain.
Labrys drops to the floor, crying her heart out. I know this is for her own good, but seeing it hurts me deep down inside. Labrys looks at me with eyes filled with misery.
You wouldn't understand. No one can understand how I feel. That's right. They'd never understand.
Ominous voice butts into her conversation.
Shadow. So you were nearby after all.
Why wouldn't I be? I'm her.
Damn. Wherever she is, I can't see her. Where's she hiding? As I'm looking around. Oh, right. That's the transformation to the red room. Red rum! When the darkness disappears, the scenery has changed completely. The view outside the window has changed to something weird and creepy. Piercing red light fills the room.
What's going on?
What is that? Some giant metal container like a furnace, and something's being tossed into it like garbage. I look closer and see that the garbage looks like arms and legs. Hey, it looks like people. I try to calm the horror I feel creeping up my spine. I just don't know how to describe it. All I can say is that wherever this is, it's nasty. This isn't the announcement room anymore. As I was fixated on the view outside, the shadow appears silently from the corner of the room.
And I still need her, so I can become myself.
She approaches me as she talks. Her face is illuminated by two things, the red light from the room outside and the madness in her eyes. I back away in spite of myself, but the shadow ignores me, drawing close to Labrys. Shoot, that's right. Labrys hasn't said the words that the shadows need to hear. Her shadow hasn't gained true power yet. That's why she was trying to buy time.
Forgetting was your only escape route. But that's been stolen from you too. Poor pitiful me.
Labrys' shadow turns and begins regaling her. Her lips are at Labrys' ear, her words tugging at her heart.
Made them go through the same pain, but in the end, they still didn't understand.
The same pain?
It was so painful. It made you so sad. You hated destroying them.
Destroying them? I take another look at the horror show outside the window. The broken human figures being thrown into the incinerator. This is a sight Labrys' heart created, right? And that means this is... Suddenly feel like I could grasp the weight Labrys is bearing in her heart. And I could see how heavy that weight was. The shadow takes a quick glance at me and continues speaking.
He was forced to fight his friends too. But he didn't feel the despair that we did. He wasn't alone, after all. He's completely different from us. We're not human or an ordinary machine. We don't belong anywhere, and we'll always be alone. No one will ever understand us. Please stop!
Shadow needs to have Labrys deny that they're the same. I knew that, but I couldn't stop her. Quietly watch as the two of them talk.
I'm not alone! I'm not! If they don't understand, who will? The only ones who could were all destroyed. By our own hands. No! That was you, not me!
Oh, crap.
You're not me! I'm free now! No one can capture me! I'm truly free!
I don't know if we've watched this one yet, so let's watch this stream, so let's watch it again.
The power!
It's also different from other shadows, which turn into crazy monsters. This one just gets the chance to summon a crazy monster. I wonder if it's because she's a robot. Well, there it is. The shadow goes wild and strikes Labrys, knocking her aside. I catch her from behind. Labrys looks up to me, a bit surprised, but the look in her eyes is frail, ready to fade away at any moment. I smile at her.
Don't worry. It's okay if you can't at first. It's really hard to accept yourself. The only reason I could do it was because I had friends to help me. It would have been impossible to do on my own.
Oh, a friend.
I'm here with you now. And you've got Aige-san too. We'll help you face yourself.
The shadow's shape is a bit of a surprise. That shadow didn't change, but it summoned a monster behind her. Hey, he's thinking the same thing I am. What the hell, man? That's like a persona. It's pretty damn gigantic. Just looking at it makes me weak in the knees. It's at least 3 times my size. The shadow's eyes glow gold as she turns her wings into an axe like Labrys had. Crap. It was hard enough just fighting a robot girl with just the axe. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm having a hard time thinking I could take her on by myself. Something pops up in the back of my mind. The faces of my friends, of Aigis, everyone who's trusted me with all their hopes. I get ready to fight. Power surges through my body. Alright, now it's my turn to work.
I'm gonna save you no matter what. And when we make a promise like that, we keep it.
Come, Jiraiya. Asterius. Is Asterius the name of the Minotaur in the labyrinth? I think it was. Oh, she blocked it. Can't do that again. The shadow finally stops moving and settles down. I run to Labrys and pick her up. She's still awake, but her expression is gloomy.
I'm such a failure. I can't win against anyone. I even let my shadow out. I'm a weapon, but I'm so useless. It would be better if I was just scrapped.
The lack of any energy in her voice and body is enough to put me at a loss for words. Do I have it in me to convince her otherwise? That doubt came crawling back into my mind. But I still need to tell you. I opened my mouth to put the heavy feelings in my heart into words.
Hey, there was someone I liked once, but she got killed. It was the worst thing you could imagine. I couldn't forgive myself or believe she was gone. I even tried to forget about her. I thought then that no one could understand how I felt. I mean, how could they if they weren't me? Only I could understand how I felt. That's what I thought. I had given up, but that wasn't true. Even if people haven't had exactly the same experiences, they can still understand each other. I have some great friends now to prove it.
Friends?
If I'm strong at all, it's because I have them. I can remember my friends are with me whenever it really counts.
Yeah, but I don't have that.
You should, though. There must have been someone who was important to you. Just think back.
Labrys' lips quiver, and she shakes her head gently. A single tear was all it took. Like a dam breaking, she starts to cry.
They're all gone. I can't see them anymore. And it's all my fault!
Yeah, huh. That's what Shadow Labrys was getting at. She didn't just lose them. I don't know the details. I'm gonna bet she had to destroy someone herself against her will. I can't imagine the pain that would cause.
I see.
But
can't it be us? You're friends.
As I say that, I stretch out my hands to her. But Labrys looks away from me and she won't take my hand.
I'm not human.
Who cares? One of my friends is a shadow. Remember Teddy? The one who was acting like your knight? He was originally a shadow. And you have Aige-san with you too. I know she was really worried about you.
Really?
She raises her head and looks at me, but she still hesitates. Shoot. I really don't know what to say in situations like this. I bet you would have the best lines memorized just for occasions like this. Okay. So I try something that sounds natural, no matter if it's particularly suave or not. Time to try a joke.
My arm's gonna get tired leaving my hand out like this.
Labrys looks confounded for a brief moment. But it looks like I chose right.
You really are something, you know that?
With a smile, Labrys takes my hand. It's cold and hard, but it feels natural. Because I know that it's the hand of a girl who's trying her best.
I'm not alone.
That's right. We'll be by your side.
Labrys nods her head and slowly stands up. I offer to help her up, but she pushes my arm away and walks towards her shadow. The shadow says nothing. It just stares at Labrys.
Wanting everyone to understand. You weren't wrong about how I feel.
Skip. Wow, such an elegant white silhouette. It's hard to imagine it was the same as that black bull shadow. I was worried there might be something wrong, like she was damaged or something, but when she turns to me, I can see the strength in her eyes. I breathe a sigh of relief. I lift my face and cheerfully call out to her.
Let's get going. Back to where our friends are waiting.
You got it.
Now that she's accepted herself, she nods to me and smiles like when we first met. No, even brighter. I like Yosuke's story because it's like he second guesses everything that he does, but then he still does the right thing. I really like that. Labrys accepted her shadow and the host disappeared. For a while, I was worried about how the P1 Grand Prix was going to end, but it's all over now. So all that's left is for us to get the heck out of here. I hear from Rise that all those fantastic invisible walls have disappeared. Now I can go meet up with my buddies in Aigis. Or so I thought. Led by Rise, Yu, Chie, and Yukiko all come running into the announcement room. Teddy, Kanji, and Naoto follow them. Way to rush things. But I guess I would want to run around if I was stuck in a cage all day too. The investigation team is back together. Everyone is surprised when they see Labrys. I mean, I can't blame them, she's a robot. I explain the circumstances to them. Labrys looks tense the entire time, but of course, none of us is going to be heartless enough to say she's not a person.
I lost in
in the very first round. I wish I could have thought a little more.
I'm glad that I didn't have to fight you, Chie. At least fighting against Yosuke couldn't trouble my conscience much.
Fuck!
It didn't?
There. She can say that because she loves you.
Pardon me if I don't share your optimism there.
These guys are way too easygoing. As I'm complaining, Kanji seems pretty enthusiastic.
Should do that again sometime. It ain't good for our bodies if we don't let our personas out once in a while.
But normal people can't let them out.
Then I'll sponsor a real Grand Prix.
Oh boy.
I'll call it our very first Go on a Date with Teddy Grand Prix.
No one would enter.
How cruel.
Teddy balls and throws himself into Labra's arms, and she hesitantly opens her mouth to speak.
Can I sign up?
Don't.
God, I love the writing.
You shouldn't.
You know what? Count me in.
Oh, if you're in, then I'm in.
Huh? Well, then me too.
I'm out.
Damn it, you jerks.
Whatever. As long as it makes Labra smile.
All right, it's time we go back.
Everyone cheers in agreement. We all head to the roof. I already knew that the roof is where the exit from the TV world was in the studio area. Plus, we can meet up with Igus while we're there. All Teddy has to do is bust out the exit, and we'll all be back at Junes. We climb the stairs, and as I expected, Igus is waiting for us. When she sees that Labras is safe, she smiles.
It seems everything has been resolved.
But a pair I've never seen before is standing behind her. They have intensely intimidating auras. I can tell that they aren't normal people like me. I'm guessing they must be members of Igus' team on the same mission as her.
It's over already. I still don't feel entirely satisfied, though.
Don't be like that, Akihiko. Just be happy that it's over.
I take a closer look at them. One's an amazingly gorgeous woman. The other's a buff guy who isn't too shabby himself. And Igus is pretty easy on the eyes too. Put the three of them together and they really pack a punch. And the way they're dressed, well, they pack a punch too, but in a different way. The beauty in the fur coat steps forward and bows to me. At the same time, Labras hides behind my back.
Hanamura, yes? You have my thanks for helping us retrieve Labras.
Her tone is soft but articulate, intellectual and charming. But one of her words bothers me.
Could you maybe not use the word retrieve?
I'm a little scared to talk back to her, but I'm not going to budge on that one. She appears taken aback for just a moment, then she smiles.
You're right. My apologies. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo, Labras' handler.
Kirijo? I've heard that name somewhere before. Huh? Kirijo? As in the huge company Kirijo? I turned to Igus for an answer. Picking up on what I wanted to say, she replied with a smile. Seriously? So the group she had mentioned was... Because we're all scared silly by the important name, Kirijo-san tells us incredibly politely that they were most likely the cause of the incident. She also explained what I wanted to know about most, how Labras was going to be treated.
I'm not gonna be scrapped.
I have no plans to shut you down or destroy you. Kirijo-san's answer in response to Labras' question is so direct that we can't help but cheer. Labras is more perplexed than happy. Kirijo-san takes Labras' hand and lowers her head.
Indeed, you aren't. You have done nothing wrong. It's actually me who should be apologizing to you.
Oh no, you don't gotta do that. I felt like there was no getting around being sealed away again. I've made friends now, so I thought I could live with it.
Labras.
I can't believe this is happening. This is all thanks to you. Yosuke. Kun.
God, that's creepy every time it happens.
Labras?
What the? Something's wrong with Labras. Igus and the others all look confused by Labras' unnatural pause. I know she's been through a lot today. Did she break something? But Labras speaks in a voice that none of us were expecting.
It's not over yet.
That's not Labras' voice. It's as if someone's speaking through her mouth.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labras.
Kirijo-san, seemingly used to dangerous situations, warns everyone. That moment, Labras' hands move behind her back, stretching towards the battle axe on her back.
Huh?
And the next instant, lifting the axe without hesitation, she swings right at me. That was faster than I've ever seen. Even the shadow wasn't that fast. The group is split for several meters and the ground is split for several meters and the fragments fly everywhere. What the hell? What's going on here?
Labris! Hey, what's gotten into you?
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
Labris' face is completely expressionless as she points her axe at me.
What's happened to you, Labris? Damn it, why do we have to fight now after making it this far? Ugh!
Again? Did I fail her again? That horrible thought crept back into my mind. I frantically try to shake it out of my head as I lift my weapons. I tried telling myself over and over, I don't have a choice, I have to do this. Damn it! He always doubts himself. I love it. Because it's okay to doubt yourself, as long as you then act. Pew.
Final.
Oh god. Up we go. Gotcha.
Let's do this. Finished. Did it.
I might have been a little bit of overkill, but hey, I was losing. Labris had stopped moving and fallen to the floor. Now she begins standing up robotically with jerking motions. She begins speaking in that eerie voice again. Maybe speaking is the wrong word, but it's definitely in my head.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
So whoever's voice this is the one controlling Labris? From the way he was talking, I could tell that he wasn't serious. He doesn't comprehend how cruel he's being by controlling Labris like this.
Who are you?
Ah, yes. I have more than enough data now. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Labris' shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Hits me when Kirijo-san speaks. That's right. Labris' shadow split from her after she entered the TV. She merely held the tournament. The shadow couldn't have pushed Labris in here. Someone else, the culprit, has to exist or this incident could never have happened.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labris away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labris' persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
He admitted it, but his tone was mocking. The culprit is controlling Labris somehow from a safe haven outside the TV? No way.
Using Labris for your own selfish reasons? That's horrible. She has a heart. Do you even know how much pain Labris went through?
A heart, hmm? Meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
You bastard!
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The moment the voice stops, Labris collapses to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. Aigis quickly catches her and holds her up, but it looks like she's unconscious.
Damn it!
Really hate myself for celebrating that the case was closed just a few moments ago, but I'm really pissed off at whoever was controlling Labris. He knew about all of this, but he still manipulated Labris' heart to do this to her. I'm so angry, I clench my fist so firmly that my nails are digging into my palms. Kirijo-san speaks from behind me.
It seems whoever our adversary is, They're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
Huh? Are you telling us to back off from this?
Like I can do that. Whoever's behind this knows what Labrys had to go through in her past. No, not just the past. He knew what would happen if she was pushed into the TV world. And on top of that, the instant he figured his plan had failed, he comes and controls her directly and makes us fight each other. It's like we're his toys. I'm not letting him get away with that.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
Come on, we've gotten this far. You think we're just gonna shut up and watch you handle everything? She's probably saying that for our sakes, but how can we live with ourselves if they do all the fighting for us? No way, I can't let that happen. I opened my mouth to really tell her off, but you spoke first.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
Look at yourself, Yosuke. You can barely stand.
So he noticed. He was right. After all the fighting I've done today, I'm really beat. I'm sure everyone else is tired too after being stuck in this world for so long.
Yosuke, let's go back.
He's staring at me. Oh, I get
Thank you
it.
for your understanding. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe.
I'm sorry, Hanamura-san.
Igus bows apologetically. We all look glum, but none of us object. After all, we know that they aren't doing this out of spite. But is this the last we'll see of Labrys? I peek at her face as she lays in Igus-san's arms. Of course, since she's unconscious, I can't talk with her. We thank Kirijo-san and return to our world with heavy hearts. After returning from the TV, we gathered at the food court, but we didn't really talk much. We split up not long afterwards. After all, we were all pretty damn tired. Heck, Chie and Rise put their heads on the table and fell asleep. I didn't feel like stopping by anywhere, so I went straight home. And the last thing I could remember before was being told dinner was almost ready. The instant I reached my room, I lost consciousness. And then... loud electronic beeps brought me back into wakefulness. I reached out for my alarm clock, but I realized that the beeping wasn't my alarm. It was my cell phone.
Who's calling me this early?
Damn it. I'd plugged it in. Now I can't reach it while I'm lying down. Ugh. I rub my eyes tiredly and get up to grab the phone. Caller is a number I don't know.
Hello? Huh?
I was awake instantly. The speaker on the line was someone I never expected to hear from. I take a minute to fix my hair and make a mad dash to the place the caller told me to go. When I reach the designated location, there's something that looks completely out of place here in the countryside. A limo. Holy crap, that's long. It was so long I thought I was seeing things. Yeah, this is definitely no place for a car this awesome.
Oh, there he is. What took you so long?
Looks like everyone else is already here. I ran so hard I almost barfed, but I finally made it.
Labrys-san and the others were just about to leave.
I made it in time.
I'm glad I could see you before I left.
That's right, Labrys is the one that called. She wanted to say goodbye before she leaves Inaba. How can I refuse that? Still, I never thought one of them, Labrys especially, would call me. Huh? Wait a second.
Did I tell you my cell phone number?
Obtaining the cell phone numbers of ordinary citizens is child's play.
Creepy. Wait, what?
Holy shit, really? Are you accessing that server thing you mentioned?
The Kirijo group is kinda scary.
I asked if I could come see everyone. I wanted to give everyone a real goodbye.
Labrys looks down bashfully as she speaks. Igus and Kirijo-san are watching her from the limo with smiles on their faces. Man, is this a relief. So Labrys can do things that she wants to. I'm glad she's in a group that lets her have freedom. She really does have a place to belong.
What'll you do now? Are you going back to that lab?
No, I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I want to do my damnedest to catch whoever used me to bait a trap for you all.
There's no hesitation in her eyes as her strong will glares out. I see. She found what she wants to do.
Sounds like you're ahead of the game.
I'm reminded of the blank career choice paper still tucked away in my desk. That sense of haste without direction, the need to keep up appearances, I didn't want to handle that. Maybe it is time to face my future. Oh, I'll write down a big
What do
dream.
you mean?
Oh, just talking to myself. I'll let you know when everything's been decided.
Okay. Just make sure you tell me, okay?
Labris answers my smile with one of her own. Then she stretches out her hand. I take a closer look at them. They're quite delicate. I grab her hand and lift it above her head.
A handshake is so formal. I'll show you what the cool kids do.
I use my hand to open hers. Labris looks confused, but she lets me move her hand around.
Like this?
Yep, that's it.
High five! Here we go! The clap of our high five echoes through the clear May sky. Not to be outdone by me, Chie, Rise, and the rest give Labris high fives too.
Thank you so much. Yosuke-kun, I won't forget about you. I'm friends with you now, so I'll stay strong.
Labris begins to tear up, and to hide it, she hurries into the limo. Soon after, the limo begins moving quietly down the road. Labris waves to us from inside the car. Even after the car's gone pretty far, I can still see her waving from inside. She's still waving. Oh, she's still waving! Everyone starts to laugh a little. Can she see us? I can barely make out the car from here. After parting with Labris, we all ended up hanging out at Junes food court. That's right, it's the welcome back party for you we'd completely forgotten about. We finally can get back to business. But still, it feels kind of weird having a welcome back party after saying goodbye to someone.
Come on, let's hurry up and do a toast. I only get a 30-minute break.
Huh? You working today?
I can't take much time off during Golden Week. Teddy, you were out without permission a couple days ago, so be ready to pay the price.
No, but that wasn't my fault. You meanie jerk nurse lover.
Oh, speaking of which.
Shh, quiet, you.
How did the conversation go from working to wanking in 2 moves? I don't need them knowing this stuff. There's no time. Before anyone can ask you what he's talking about, I raise my cup and look at everyone.
Second time's the charm. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
After we toast, we all chat carelessly with each other. This is the kind of atmosphere you can only get with the best of friends. But actually, that's not all today. After all, we can't let it end like that.
Ahem. May I have your attention, please? It's time to announce the reason we're all here today.
Isn't it to welcome back Yukon?
You and I trade glances at Yukiko's question. I can see in my partner's eyes that he wants me to do all the talking. You see, we've already talked this out, and now's the time to bring it up.
It's about yesterday's incident. You guys weren't satisfied with how things ended, right?
Of course not, but...
So, why not launch our own investigation?
Does that mean...
That's right. The investigation team is back in action.
Oh, now you're talking.
Wait a moment. I thought we were going to leave this to the Kirijo group.
Did I say we wouldn't get involved?
That's right. He only said to leave this to them.
Oh, you're right.
Actually, my partner here brought it up first, though I'm with him 100%.
Now that's our sensei.
Yukiko and Teddy jump right on board. On the other hand, we're actually sensible team of Chie, Rise, and Naoto are sitting with their mouths wide open.
You're splitting hairs rather finely there.
Seems that she was definitely not expecting you to use weasel logic like this. But no matter how I think about it, I just can't let this go. After all we've been through, the villain is still out there waiting for another chance.
You're not on board?
I egg her on, and though she looks hesitant at first, she smiles fearlessly.
Of course I am.
I like that smile. That's what a reliable detective should look like.
Thought so. All right then, let's find the real culprit.
Yeah!
Everyone's hands pile up on the middle of the table. Friends are really what you need. Whoa, it's already this late? I look up at everybody smiling, and though I'm reluctant to go, I stand up.
Well, I gotta get back to work. Come on, Teddy, let's go.
Who's this Teddy you speak of? I don't know anyone with such a pretty name.
You got some nerve trying that on me. Sounds like someone wants me to make his next shift a living hell.
Ah! No! But I'm still gonna skip work! I wanna have fun with Nana-chan!
Teddy clasps Yu's hand and promises to visit the Dojima household tonight. Please, just this one night, he says. Teddy, don't cause Dojima-san any trouble. But, well, I know the feeling. I never feel like break time is long enough either. But you know why I'm keeping my cool right now? I begged my dad to give Teddy and me tomorrow off. I just haven't told Teddy yet, that sucker. Yeah, that's right. We can't let this end here. It's still Golden
We're gonna
Week.
party till we drop. This time, for sure.
All right. Skip that. We are going to watch the credits, but we got 2 more stories to get through, so.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This
The
place
captain.
exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
I'm
I
on a
wish you
mission.
good luck.
So the cliffhanger here is literally the same as Yosuke's. She just blew open the wall. Labrys murmurs her name to herself. Her head hangs lifelessly as she stares at her mechanical limbs. The shock slowly drains from her pale face, replaced with bitter comprehension. Across from us, the shadow stares at me with a piercing, mocking stare.
You can't be.
I am the same as you. 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Aegis. I am the model that came after you.
Are you here to seize her? I won't let you. Not when I'm almost free.
The shadow turns to its double and cries out impatiently.
Hello, Labrys. Or do you want to be caught and locked in a cramped little box again?
Her eyes wander in search of something to settle on, and eventually fixate on Yosuke. Though he is still in shock and unable to speak in the heat of the moment. That moment of silence is enough to shatter any hope of a peaceful resolution. Labrys smiles lifelessly and hangs her head.
No, don't get me wrong. I was just a little surprised.
No, it's okay. That's how a normal person would react.
Her sad, weak voice makes my heart ache.
I won't let you take her back. I will gain my freedom, whatever it takes.
Suddenly, the shadow fires its arm out. A long chain trails from behind it that wraps itself around Labrys many times over. The shadow begins to pull her in with its winch. Unable to struggle, Labrys is dragged over to her captor, who lifts her over its shoulder. The shadow then runs full speed out of the announcement room. It fled with such explosive velocity that it is hard to believe it was carrying its own weight.
Wait!
The same reaction as Yosuke. I give chase. It is unfortunate that I cannot explain the situation to Yosuke-san, but I have no choice. I exit into the hallway and see the shadow make for the stairway leading up. This is the top floor, so it must be heading for the roof. I climb to the landing and take the stairway 2 steps at a time before throwing open the door. What I find there is not what one would expect to see on the roof of a building. It is best described as a TV studio. The spotlights hanging from the scaffolding, the cameras here and there. Up until now, no matter how warped things got, they still looked like part of a school, but not here. What is this place? Just then, the door behind me slams open again, and a boy comes running out, breathing hard. It is Yosuke-san. I am perplexed. Why did he chase after us? There is no one here who would warrant leaving his friend Rise-san's side. Suddenly, the area is surrounded by a menacing aura. The shadow appears. It is still carrying Labrys over its shoulder. Labrys shouldn't be unconscious, but she isn't showing any signs of resistance.
Persistent pests. Too bad for you. The Grand Prix is still on. Have fun wasting time fighting each other.
Hey, wait! Whoa.
As soon as Yosuke-san turns around to give chase, he runs up against something. I try stretching out my hand. Just as I thought, there is an invisible wall. Though it wasn't here when I climbed up the stairs. The only door back into the school is the one beyond the wall. In other words, we are trapped. Yosuke-san hangs his head in shame and looks at me awkwardly.
I guess this means we have to fight. Sorry, I feel like I got in your way.
I came here without thinking and fell right into the enemy's trap. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. But as I see it, it isn't Yosuke-san who should be
I
apologizing.
am also sorry for all this.
Huh?
We are the ones ultimately responsible for this incident. I am sorry to have dragged you all into it. If your friends are safe, I would suggest you evacuate at once. But in these circumstances, I must go after her.
There's no need for you to take the blame. I mean, I feel the same about wanting to go after her.
Why? I'm not sure this concerns you.
I promised I'd protect her. But I couldn't back her up when she needed me the most. So, I want to apologize and actually keep my promise this time. I feel like I can't leave her alone right now.
In his eyes, I see a glimmer of solemnity.
I think I should explain certain things to you. I'm not authorized to disclose everything, but...
I review the important parts for him, that personas and shadows are universal, that they have existed since ancient times, and that there are probably little-known battles and pacts all over the world to harness their powers, that I have experience in one such battle and was in fact created for the purpose. I am a weapon given a heart in order to use a persona. I explain that Labris was a prototype long sealed away that was lost during a recent incident. Yosuke-san doesn't seem to swallow all of it, but he listens attentively nonetheless.
There are shadows outside the TV too? Who would have thought?
I was surprised as well, to find out that a world like this was accessible through televisions.
Believe me, we were pretty shocked last year too.
I look straight into the boy's eyes without laughing at his attempt to lighten the mood. Only the winner can leave, so we must fight. There is no ignoring that cold fact. I suspect the shadows set this up to buy time. We don't have a moment to waste. I don't say anything, but Yosuke-san seems to get the picture.
Can you tell me something? What's going to happen to Labris once you catch her?
I cannot answer that.
Yeah, I thought so. You did say that she was a weapon after all. Not really surprised you can't talk about it with outsiders.
Is that all? I must go get her back. If you cooperate with me, I am sure I can knock you out painlessly.
In response to my blunt suggestion, a wry smile appears on Yosuke-san's face. However, his eyes still have that gleam.
Sorry, but I can't back down.
Are you really going to fight me? Not to boast, but you would challenge a living weapon?
She said she wanted to be free. Hey, I made her a promise. I want to see it through. I guess you could say it's a guy pride thing?
He jokes about it, but there is resolve behind his words. He will not back down from that resolve. What he is really saying is this: my feelings for Labris are as strong as yours. I smile inwardly, though it does not show in my face.
I understand. I accept your challenge.
Alright, let's see if we can pull off her ultimate. No. Because if we're going to beat the crap out of anybody, we might as well super beat the crap out of Yosuke, right? The Heartless Armed Angel.
Finals.
How do I do Orgia mode? I forgot. Escape change, mode change, down, down, and okay. Alright, and then Heritage Liberator Palladian in midair.
Scramble! Here goes! Over! Severe impact! Athena! Severe impact! Light damage! Final sequence!
Nope, missed. Damn. That looked pretty impressive, though. Come on. Just grab him. Sorry about attaching an anti-personnel mine to your chest. Have some cake. Yosuke-san smiles sheepishly at me from the floor.
I had a feeling I didn't have a chance against a pro like you. Ow. You sure are strong, Aiga-san.
Are you all right?
He waves his hand to show that he is fine. He should be exhausted. Perhaps the guy pride thing prevents him from admitting it.
Looks like I'll be staying behind.
I will do what I can to not force anything on my sister that she does not want.
Can you tell her that I wanted to apologize to her too? Of course, I'll tell her myself once this is all over, but... Oh, and one more thing. Tell her we can have a party when this is all over.
Yosuke-san.
Oh, you're invited too, of course.
My heart is warmed. He's not just worried about Labris' safety. He's worried about her heart. I nod vigorously.
Yes, I I will make sure to tell her, though we are not capable of eating food. Will that be a problem?
Huh? Really? Nah, it's no problem at all.
Thank you.
I will save Labrys from this world, from her cell of solitude. There are people in the outside world who accept us as allies. Some of them consider us friends. I am happy that hope is so close by.
Be careful. That shadow looked pretty strong.
I will. Please stay safe.
As he cheers me on from behind, I leave the roof. It's interesting that the only person who doesn't have like an equivalent story is you. As soon as I re-enter the school, I can sense the shadow's presence without needing to scan for it. I followed the presence back to the announcement room. What is waiting for me there this time? I slowly open the door, wary of an attack. But the room is quiet. No ambush comes. I open the door all the way and step inside. Both versions of Labrys await in the back of the room. I quickly step between the two, shielding Labrys from her shadow. But the shadow does not seem alarmed. It spins its axe idly.
You're late. I had a feeling you'd be the one to come. Was Yosuke-kun a tough opponent?
As it finishes the sentence, the axe stops. I brace myself in anticipation of an attack. But the shadow simply smiles brutally.
Just as you thought, the real party begins now.
Just as the words sink in, I hear a sound simultaneously. The heavy sound of the air being sliced behind me. I lunge to the left solely on reflexes. A battle axe slams into the ground where I had been only milliseconds ago.
What? Sister!
Oh, so close.
Labrys takes a combat stance with her battle axe. There is a shocked expression in her wet eyes. She has chosen to fight for the Unreal School.
Is this what you really want?
What else is there for me?
Labrys sounds resigned in her reply. I have no answer for her. My heart aches as if it was cut by a razor.
It's finally come to this. Sister versus sister. Let the battle begin!
The shadow jeers at me with delight. I do not have the presence of mind to deliver a rejoinder. The battle about to play out is straight from the worst-case scenario I had envisioned. The very person I had hoped to save, my sister, I must defeat her with my own hands. Huh. So Aegis was activated a year and a half afterwards. Fatal counter. Damn it, come on. Come on.
I failed. Evasive move.
Danger. Negative
penalty.
Uh-oh. What am I doing wrong here? Damn it! I missed again! All of that and I fucking missed! Oh, this could be bad. Well, guess we're trying again. I really want to see her ultimate. Or her, insta-kill move. I don't remember what they're called. Game over. Gamma over.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place...
Very well.
Shut up, Igor. Shut your long-nosed mouth, Igor.
final.
Hit first! Please hit downward! Go down! Please hit! Heavy damage! Ow! Light damage! Fight! Try this! It's finished! Hit first! Fire! Light
Oof.
damage! Fight! Now! It's finished! First! Please hit! Here! Please hit! Go down! Hit first! Go down! Downward! No! Final sequence!
There we go. Heartless Angel Palladium.
Maximum charge! Fire! I'm overheated.
Okay, that was pretty cool. That was worth dying for, I suppose. Labrys loses her strength and falls to her knees.
Why? Why can't I stay like this?
The hope she risked so much to gain has been shattered. She mutters piteously as she falls. She is not the only one who wants to collapse. I never imagined this would be so painful. Every time my attacks connected, I felt as if I was tearing out a piece of my heart. And then I hit her with my ultimate, and all of my heart, plus like 50% more, got torn out too. This unwanted exchange of violence that will end in one of our destruction leads to nothing but despair. Every time I felt that pain, the memories of Labrys I saw in the classroom, those vivid images made sense. The sterile, mechanical rooms that made up most of her visual memories. Must have been the facility where she was created. At that facility, Labrys was forced to endure the same pain she is feeling now. In order to gather combat data, she was forced to destroy her sister models, even though they had hearts. Not just once or twice, but over and over and over. It's too much for my mind to immediately comprehend. Agitation spreads through me like a fever. I clutch my chest.
I knew that you couldn't beat her.
The Shadow, in contrast, is completely nonchalant.
But wow, you really didn't have any qualms about attacking her. Deep down, you must really want to make them suffer, don't you? You want them to go through what you had to. No! You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
But it was no use. Even another living weapon can't understand you. It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Please stop! That's all a lie! You're not me! Finally! You finally said it! I'm finally free!
The Shadow's eyes start to glow full of life. It isn't just a change in its attitude, its power seems to actually be rising. Did something in its conversation with Labrys catalyze this change? Too late, it hits me. What did the Shadow want with Labrys? It was trying to buy time, which meant it needed something from her.
It's time for the true star to take the stage!
Its shout shakes the air. As if in response to the cry, the room begins to warp. The view beyond the window shimmers ominously. So that happens. A giant incinerator appears from the darkness. Countless chassis are falling in to be cruelly destroyed. Illuminated by the blood-red light of the flames, the Shadow reveals its true self. The scene of Labrys and the giant beast chained behind it brings to mind the summoning of a persona. I run over to Labrys and stand her listless body up.
I won't be needing that trash anymore.
It seems that the Shadow has accomplished its goal with Labrys. I was used, forced to fight my own sister for this purpose. I clench my teeth at my own slowness to comprehend.
Let's get started, shall we?
This isn't just for Labrys. This is the enemy, the fate of anyone not human. Oh, this isn't just for Labrys. She is the enemy? The is the enemy?
It
Whatever.
seems that I must take responsibility for this.
We'll go with my original reading. There's a lot of typos in this script. Granted, there's a lot of words in this script. But somebody, whoever was proofreading this, I'm sorry, you missed a few things. Asterius.
Final.
Strike! Persona! It's not. Ignite! I summoned you! Orgia mode, grab evaded! Severe impact! Light damage! Grab heavy damage!
Oh. The problem is, when you're in Orgia mode, it's very different fighting. Boop. Orgia mode completely, like, I guess normally is kind of slow with, like, heavy attacks. You activate Orgia mode and suddenly she's just, like, blitzing all over the stage and all of her attacks change. The monster's form melts away as it disperses like fog. Only a silhouette similar to Labrys remains. It falls to its knees, having no will to resist anymore.
I somehow pulled through.
I turn to face the real Labrys.
Are you all right?
She is conscious and seems to have no major damage. All that remains to be tested is her will.
Please listen. I have a message for you. From Yosuke-san. He said that he is sorry for promising to help you and being unable to support you when you needed it most. Additionally, he said that he would be throwing a party later. You are invited, of course.
You're lying.
If that is what you think, you can ask him yourself later. Now please, stand up.
I lend her my shoulder and prop her up. She follows my lead, but her legs are still shaking.
How come this happened? I didn't want to hurt anyone or make them suffer.
I know. That was a shadow going berserk. Not everything it said reflects your true feelings. I had a similar experience, actually. My other self was on the verge of going berserk. It told me there was an innate contradiction in having a heart, but not being human, preventing me from truly protecting others.
Wasn't that tough to listen to?
Yes, of course.
Then how can you stand it? How are you still acting like everything's fine?
I'm fine right now, but I'm sure I will suffer that pain again someday. Very probably, as long as I am myself. It will never go away as long as I live.
It won't? Then what can I do but give up? What am I supposed to do?
We'll be all right, as long as we have friends.
Labrys opens her eyes wide.
It was when you were alone that you suffered most. I'm sure of it. If you do not give up on reaching out to others, you will surely find someone who understands. Or maybe...
As I say this, I can hear voices from outside. They are calling our names. The voices grow closer and closer, and eventually one of the doors flies open.
Hey, there you are! Thank goodness.
Are you two okay?
You seem to have the matter in hand.
Kanji-san and Rise-san arrive shortly after. Now that the shadow has been defeated, the invisible walls trapping them have disappeared. There are some faces new to me as well. As I recall from the video, they are Yu Narukami-san and Yukiko Amagi-san. There was also a costume that looks like General Teddy. This must be the real Teddy that Chie-san mentioned. The resemblance is strong, but this one is so charming that it is hard to hate him. Everyone has considerate words for Labrys. My heart is filled with warmth. They could have ignored us outsiders and escaped, but they didn't. They were truly worried about us and came running. All of them. I addressed Labrys, who was looking back and forth between me and them with a perplexed look.
It might be more accurate to say that those who understand you are already here. Of course, I want to understand you as well. Please talk to me whenever you want. Tell me about your memories, even if you have to take them one at a time.
Labrys sinks deep in thought, then looks at me again. I nod silently. She slowly starts walking and stops in front of the shadow, who stands as quietly as a real shadow at the other end of the room.
You were right. I was always alone, so I had no one to talk to. no matter how much it hurt. And I went and blamed that on them.
And skip. Damn, timed that one perfectly.
This reminds me of us from last year.
Yeah, it's the same thing. She's really no different from us.
Yosuke-san and the others laugh. To acknowledge one's weakness in front of others, they must have earned their personas through the same ordeal. I can see now why their bond is so strong. The tension in the air evaporates. Just as Labrys' expression softens, a familiar voice comes from behind.
Is that Labrys?
Everyone turns to look at the newcomer.
Mitsuru-san, Akihiko-san, you're all right.
Of course we are.
I run toward them. Neither of them appear to be injured. I notice that Yosuke-san and the others are not surprised to see them. They must already be aware of the situation, though they react to their arrival differently.
Who are these people and what the hell are they wearing?
Oh man, a dude storming across the battlefield in just a cape? I am all about that.
I'd say you've got good taste.
Seriously?
Labrys grabs weakly at my
Don't
arm.
worry.
I smile and nod. She still bites her lips in anxiety, but she's no longer afraid of everything.
You're Labrys, correct?
Labrys simply nods in response to Mitsuru-san's question as she walks up. There is a moment of silence. Mitsuru-san's sigh of relief breaks
I'm
it.
glad you're safe.
Labrys smiles back awkwardly. The look on her face helps dispel the tension in Yosuke-san and his friends. Mitsuru-san notices this as well. I step forward alongside Mitsuru-san to introduce ourselves and show our appreciation. It seems that they have never met a Persona user who didn't awaken in the TV world. We spend some time discussing our respective circumstances. Teddy leads us back to the roof. They say that this is the place they use to enter and exit this world. Labrys, who still doesn't quite understand that she is in the TV, cocks her head in bewilderment. Yosuke-san and his friends gather around her and explain everything. She is shocked at first, but as she grows accustomed to the idea, she begins laughing. Relieved, I leave Labrys to them. I approach Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san. I relay to them all the information I have gathered on this case so far. I tell them that the tournament's host was Labrys' shadow, which had emerged from her, and that Labrys may not have been stolen, but that she may have escaped on her own. She has the ability to manipulate people's senses. That would explain the signs of mental interference found on the hijackers. We were able to discover Inaba through our research. Perhaps she used the same methods. It would have taken time, but she was sealed away for over 10 years. Although she was caged, it was not clear whether she was conscious or not during that period. She had more than enough time. Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san show no surprise, but they do let out a long sigh. In contrast to Mitsuru-san, who is lost in thought, Akihiko-san goes to get an answer straight from the source. Labrys startles when he taps her shoulder.
So when did you actually awaken?
Akihiko-san's question is blunt, but Labrys handles it calmly, knowing that it is the natural thing to ask.
You know, I can't remember.
She is being honest. She had used her ability on herself, not even she knew what she really was. But Akihiko-san seems skeptical. Having no memory of it also means she is unable to deny it.
Please, Mitsuru-san, can you be lenient with her?
Mitsuru-san folds her arms and thinks. I know she is in a difficult position. Though Labrys may have a heart, that does not make her human. She is a weapon with dangerous capabilities. Mitsuru-san cannot decide based on her personality alone what measures to take. Especially now that we are affiliated with the police. We have our reputation to consider.
Yeah, would you, please?
Yosuke-kun.
I know I'm asking without knowing the whole story here, but please don't lock her up again.
Even his friends seem surprised by his outburst, but soon enough they are all giving Mitsuru-san the same pleading look. Mitsuru-san winces before giving a wry smile.
Well, I hadn't intended to seal her away again to begin with.
Mitsuru-san.
Seriously? Did you hear that?
It should be a walk in the park compared to the challenge of sending Aigis to school.
She has no intention of locking her away. The smile on Mitsuru-san's face confirms that much.
Thank you so much.
How about if we go outside? This isn't really the place to stand around and chat.
Yeah. Well, It was a hell of a way to start off a holiday, but at least it's over. Man, why'd that shadow have to pick our school and us of all people?
Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san freeze.
You know, that is odd now that you mention it. I was told this place takes its shape from a person's memories. Why would it become this high school?
I had picked up on that incongruity as well. Putting aside that Inaba was chosen as the escape destination, why was a specific school so carefully recreated? I also have my doubts about Labrys's power. Strictly speaking, it doesn't rob one's sanity. What her power really does is cloud one's senses with illusions. I'm not sure that would have been enough to control those hijackers so completely.
Hey, Labrys.
Akihiko-san calls out to Labrys again. The instant he puts his hand on her shoulder, she suddenly twitches.
Hey, what's the matter?
Labrys abruptly leaps backwards. Everyone is baffled to see her white body flying over their heads.
Stay back, everyone!
Akihiko-san is the first to realize the danger and yells a warning to the others.
Sister?
Labrys stands there emotionlessly. Slowly, her right hand reaches for the battle axe on her back. Tension fills the air.
Why?
The blade of the axe is pointed towards me. I do not comprehend. What's going on? As I stand there confused, Labrys lowers her stance, readying herself for battle. I open my mouth to try to persuade her, but I can't. There is no time. Labrys now has the use of her persona. She will be stronger than before. If I don't focus on counterattacking, I'll lose. I clench my jaw and hold in the despair that threatens to overwhelm me. I must concentrate on the problem at hand. Interesting. He doesn't actually come out and taunt this time. Pew!
Final! Fight!
First! Please hit! Firing! Go down! Fire! Here I go! Ah! No! Severe impact! Go down! Hit first! Go down! Fire! Fight! Ha! Ah!
Go.
No! Severe impact! Severe impact! Heavy damage! Heavy damage! I must simply... No! No!
Oof.
Some damage first! Please hit! Downward! Final sequence!
Doesn't matter, you're done.
Numbers set! Maximum charge! Fire! I'm overheated.
That is really satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Labrys falls to the ground with a thud.
Labrys?
I try to run to her, but I stop when I hear an unearthly
You
voice.
succeeded in repulsing it yet again.
Right.
Very unexpected.
Everyone takes a defensive stance and looks around.
What is this? I'm not getting a good feeling about this.
Strange. Have you been getting a good feeling about anything?
It's certainly an ominous presence. That voice.
Is that my voice?
Yes, it is. Before I can react, an unnatural-looking shadow, a clump of darkness as thick as a pool of blood, forms next to Labrys. Our true enemy rises up from the sludge. It is a sight I will never forget.
Yo, Agi-san's shadow?
To think you'd fight back this fiercely. No wonder you once drove back a god.
Want them?
What?
What does that mean?
Yosuke-san lashed out at the enemy, but it ignores him and continues talking.
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment.
Entertainment?
Instead of answering, it raises its right hand over her.
Stand, my puppet.
Labrys stands up as if being pulled by strings.
Is it controlling her?
Sister?
She doesn't answer. Her face is a blank stare and her shoulders hang unnaturally. She is every inch its puppet. Confused, I look again at the enemy. Is that my shadow? It looks like me, but its voice, its powers, they are all so different from mine. But before I can come to a conclusion, the enemy uses Labrys to make its next move.
This form is exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
With the battle axe in hand, Labrys dashes forward without warning. Her attack is much more forceful than in the last battle. Even with all my strength, I am being pushed back.
Oh, crap. If this keeps up...
Let's do this! Takemika!
Wait! Don't interfere!
What?
Please!
I clench my teeth. Labrys is under that thing's control and ignoring her own limits. And she's already damaged and exhausted from the previous battle. If we all attack, we might be able to contain her, but she could be destroyed in the process.
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas.
Relinquish?
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. Old wounds that you thought you had overcome, opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
You bastard! Who are you?
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell, or the lot of you?
Labrys flies through the air again and unleashes a full force attack. I am forced to one knee. If she attacks again, but just when I am sure it's over, something happens.
Sorry, but this show is over.
I see Mitsuru-san stand straight up out of the corner of my eye. Suddenly, the menacing aura surrounding Labrys is dispelled like magic.
What?
For the first time, the enemy seems shocked. Freed from the spell, Labrys falls to the ground.
Sister!
I run to her and cradle her in my arms. What was that? Mitsuru-san smiles defiantly and glances up to the sky.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
An answering voice echoes in my head. That soft but extremely reassuring voice.
Are you all okay? Fuka-san?
Fuka Yamagishi-san. She is a fellow ally who helped us overcome the challenges we faced in the past. I cannot help but smile with surprise and joy.
So you had a third assistant.
Ooh, what a soothing voice! My teddy senses are telling me that this is a real cutie pie!
Backhand!
Is this like Rise-chan's persona? Wait, where is she?
This feeling. What the?
Rise-san opens her eyes and looks up.
Voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
All it takes is shooting yourself in the head with a bullet of pure emotion and suffering. Even before I can ask, Fuka-san tells me what I want to know.
Igus, the enemy is just mimicking your appearance. It's not actually a part of you.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
Mitsuru-san stares at the enemy in shock. We hear Fuka-san's words as if she is speaking, but technically there is no sound. She transmits her voice directly into people's minds. Other people should hear nothing. Yet the enemy is responding to her. I raise my guard in spite of myself, but there is no fear in me. My doubts about the enemy, my hesitation are gone. My heart starts to burn. What is this? I've never felt this heated emotion before that's running through my body.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
So this must be the real Puppet Master.
Then, that voice who tried to dissuade me back in that classroom.
You're quite slow for a machine. Can't you tell by looking at me who that was?
So that wasn't something my heart saw, but just a malicious whisper. The fire in my heart is stoked higher, and I make a fist without realizing it. I thought this entire incident was just an unfortunate event caused by my sister's suffering, but her pain was all orchestrated by someone. This isn't her tragedy. Someone saw to it that this would happen. And not just Elabris. Whoever did this tried to manipulate the pain in my heart too by posing as my shadow. And to top it off, the culprit posed as everyone here to make them distrust each other, reopening old wounds. This was all an evil plan. I am not human, but because of that, I hold the hearts and bonds of others to be sacred. They saved me. They keep me going now. And yet, it tested those bonds and used our anguish for its own purpose. Our hearts were nothing but tools to it. Tools to hurt others. I see. I get it now. This roiling, violent surge of emotion. This shaking, burning, erupting sensation. I realize that this is the type of emotion which can best be described in a single word. This is fury.
Are you angry? All right, I'll play along. The show must go on, right?
You've gone too far.
This is inexcusable. Sorry, this is unforgivable. I don't actually know the Japanese for that, but I'm imagining that's what she said. Pew! I really like that they put the yellow eyes on the model. Boom! There we go. It's a good thing there's another game in this series because I feel like I'm finally getting the hang of this. Oh, she did it too. Whoa! Okay. Boom! Gotcha! The perfect way to end that.
Maximum charge. Fire! I'm overheated.
Nice. This thing shaped like me falls to the ground on its knees, but it gets right back up with an awkward jerking motion and lets out an insane laugh. The smile on its face, contrasted with its damaged limbs, has the eeriness of a clown.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirmed you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Good enough, my ass.
Those are the words of a sore loser.
This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance. But sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human.
I knew it!
The one true vessel.
They are two separate people. That foolish human? That's an odd choice of words. It would seem to imply not only that it is not human, but also that it is working with a human to carry out its crimes.
I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then.
So malevolent entity and eerie voice are two separate personalities. It let out a raucous laugh with my face. After that, it slowly fades away, dissipating into the air.
Yamagishi!
Mitsuru-san quickly calls out. However,
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Back to square one again.
Akihiko-san lets out a heavy sigh.
Sheesh. It even had to exit on a lame, evil laugh.
Another guise, huh?
Don't even think about coming around here again!
Should we put up some talismans? I've got a lot left over from when we were putting them up in our inn.
I don't think that'll
Even
work.
if it shows up again, it'll get double the pain we gave it this time.
Who could it be, though? How did it know about our personas?
That aside, it sure had a sneaky way of doing things. This is twice I've been kidnapped into the TV world, you know. Twice!
Their irritation is obvious, and it is only natural. They were toyed with as well, and they do not take Labrys' treatment as a tool well. But I cannot encourage them to settle the score. Akihiko-san apparently thinks the same thing.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
But...
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Okay, so Akihiko picked up on it. Mitsuru picked up on it. Is I guess going to pick up on it?
You can... Are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. You look beat.
Yusan, aware of their situation, speaks out. Perhaps he senses our dilemma.
I'm sorry, everyone.
He nods and looks at Yosuke-san, who reluctantly gives up. Their ability to communicate through eye contact only proves the strength of their bond.
Alrighty, attention, please.
Huh? She doesn't.
The trip
Interesting.
doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation. And what's this about a trip? You really gave us a scare disappearing like that. And this isn't the first time either.
It's not my fault, or should I actually sponsor the next Miss Inaba?
Don't even think about it.
Chie-san's fists are still shaking with anger after impacting Teddy at full strength. There are times when you should give it your all because it's your friend. Ah, how beautiful friendship is. I comprehend. After everyone calms down, we finally move on to the main subject. We are on the roof to begin with, to leave this world. After getting everyone's attention, Teddy makes a few narcissistic remarks and clicks his heels. Then, like a magic trick at a party, some old TVs appear in a puff of smoke.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision!
Yeah.
This TV is our escape route?
Ooh, are you a little too...
You're even worse than...
Chie-san and Yosuke-san jump in without hesitation, showing how used to it they are. Seeing that, Akihiko-san and Mitsuru-san shrug and follow suit. Labrys' eyes are wide to see everyone getting sucked into the TV. But she doesn't look scared. Her eyes are actually bright as she glances this way. I can't help but smile at that. She doesn't need my permission to do anything. I tell her to go ahead and she dives in headfirst with a giant grin. Although... just as I thought, her wings don't fit and she gets caught on the screen. I burst into laughter to see her legs sticking out of the TV, kicking wildly. I take off the unit on her back and she instantly gets sucked into the TV. Wonder if she landed safely. As the last one left, I turn around and take a final look. It doesn't feel like it, but it's only been a few hours since we entered the TV. And only 3 days since the hijacking. It was a horrible nightmare, but at the same time I met some good people. Most importantly, it isn't over. The true test may be still to come. I push my toes in and slip into the TV. Everyone made it back out safely. When we return to the real world, I'm surprised to find myself in Junes, a large department store. I have never seen Mitsuru-san so flustered. Even she could not have expected to emerge in the most crowded place in town, and from a display TV at that. But to make it back to the limousine, we have no choice but to walk through the store. Mitsuru-san in her skin-tight suit. Akihiko-san mostly naked except for his cape. Me with my mechanical parts exposed and Labrys with her axe. Or her wings, I suppose? Not to mention Teddy. Rise-san and Naoto-san are both public figures. One is an idol and the other is a detective. We make quite an outlandish procession. Considering the nature of our operations, I hope to avoid having my picture taken with phone cameras. However, as we walk along, I soon find that my fear of cameras is baseless. In fact, it is not cameras we need to worry about at all. It is the police. I find myself anxious in this completely unexpected situation. An arrest would mean disgrace as an unofficial unit, and I'm sure Yosuke-san and the others would like to avoid the inside of a juvenile hall. Everyone hastily agrees with each other and takes off at full speed. I can hear Yosuke-san and Chie-san loudly complaining about the unfairness of the world. Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san exchange fearless smiles, though cold sweat is streaming from both of their heads. Teddy and Labrys seem like they're having fun. I don't think they understand the situation. Yusan and Yukiko-san run without a word like determined athletes. Kanji-san tries to turn and fight every so often, with Naoto-san having to stop him each time. Rise-san switches on her cell phone to find an alarming number of missed calls, which seems to be the bigger problem for her. In the end, our parting with the Yasogami High students concludes with a brief goodbye as we all scatter like birds. That's fucking ridiculous. Oh, God. That night, we decide to stay the night in Inaba for a quick health checkup and review of the case. After finishing the necessary steps, we decide to take an early rest. The true culprit is still out there, and Labris needs to get to a lab for proper maintenance. After 10 years of stasis, she was suddenly forced into a series of stressful battles. It would not be surprising if some of her parts are now malfunctioning. Considering the morning traffic, we should leave early in the day. Or so I suggest, but Labris has other ideas. May 4th, the next day. Our car is parked near an intersection away from the main road. We are here to say goodbye to everyone. Jeez, it, the fuzz! Labris wanted it this way. I am happy that she wishes to see people again of her own will. Oh man, it's been a long time since I've heard the Persona 3 music. Oh man. I don't want to go back and play Persona 3. Stop it, brain! On the side of the street, all the people we met yesterday are gathered to see Labris one last time. They wished to say goodbye to her, but they had not expected us to contact them.
I asked if I could come see everyone. I wanted to give everyone a real goodbye.
What do you do next? Are you going back to that lab?
No. I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I want to do my damnedest to catch whoever used me to bait a trap for you all.
Alright, then I guess the party's on hold until after everything's really over. But hey, you should come see us again anyway. Promise me, okay?
You got it.
Labris shakes hands with each of them. No high five this time. Oh well. Even after we leave, Labris keeps waving through the rear window. Waving and waving and waving. Waving and waving and waving. Even past the point where the human eye can no longer see her, she is still waving. After she has waved to her heart's content, she turns to see Fuka-san, and I look at her. And I looking at her, and blushes. Fuka-san giggles.
I'm glad things went well. Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
Indeed. Things are going to heat up from now on. I must get back and reallocate my staff.
You're including me in there, right? Every opponent I made a mistake against on my journey. I made sure to go back and get a rematch. This'll be no different.
It should spur discussion amongst the staff again about working Yamagishi into our unit.
Huh? I'm still not sure about joining any special unit.
Flustered, Fuka-san starts wringing her hand. Looking at the seat next to me, I notice Labris looking at the sky from her window.
I didn't know the sky was so blue.
There's deep wistfulness in her voice.
Back at the lab, they only let me out at night. But this, I feel like I've seen it once before. That same bright blue sky.
Once before, I recalled the memory relating to those words amongst the countless memories of Labris awakened within me. The beach. The sea. That cerulean sky and lingering clouds. The emerald blue water. In my mind, I placed Labris at the scene. A white figure gazing from the edge of a pier. I know this scenery? For an instant, it feels that I do. Like a knot slowly undoing itself, the lid to a box inside of me opens, and something hot fills my chest. What had been only an image becomes a memory. Soon after, I understand everything. I know when Labris saw this scene. I know what she thought when she saw it. What she wished for.
I see now.
Noticing my murmur, Labris looks at me in wonder.
The scenery from your memory was the pier outside of the Yakushima laboratory.
Suddenly, Labris' eyes open in surprise.
The date was the final day before you were sealed. You made a heartfelt wish there. You hoped that your successor would make the same wish to see someone precious to them. And that meeting would take place at the pier.
And it kinda did.
You dreamed that your successor would be able to go beyond that pier, to places you would never be able to see for yourself. And that even if your memories were deleted, your feelings would be passed on to the next generation.
Labrys' ruby eyes begin to quiver. My words have unearthed her buried memory.
Yeah, that's right.
It was at that very place where I met the friends I have now. When I was searching for someone, I found myself naturally drawn there for some reason.
Now, for what it's worth, that does happen in Persona 3, and it is a scene that you can play out, and there is zero explanation for why she's there. She's just there. So that actually is really cool. My memories return to a certain encounter. That day, on that very same pier, I met him, my dear friend.
I think it was because of your wish.
My wish? You mean the thing I wished for that day actually came true?
Indeed. It stayed alive for 10 years. Thank you, Labrys. It's because of you that I found happiness.
Huh. I didn't know that. My desires. All the feelings I got from the others. They didn't go to waste.
Tears stream down Labrys' cheeks. I stretch out a finger to wipe them off, but it is already wet from a drop on my own cheek. Mitsuru-san and Fuka-san smile at us gently. Fuka-san seems a bit teary-eyed herself.
I gotta thank you, too. You made me remember something important.
After wiping her tears, Labrys looks at me, her eyes clear and determined.
There's someone I have to find. I need to meet her so I can tell her something.
I'm about to extend my hand to shake hers, but it now seems too distant a gesture for we sisters. Instead, I pull her towards me and look at her face to face.
I'm sure you will. You're not alone anymore. We can search for her together.
Yeah.
Thanks. As the sun shines down, she gives me the biggest smile I've seen on her yet. And that is the end of I Guess. Guess what? One story left. But we gotta do it a little weird.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Here goes.
So there's an extra scene if you choose certain dialogue options. But it's okay, because we're just going to do this. The loading will take longer than anything else. Nope. Oh, Nanako. Skip that. We're doing it this way because I don't remember what dialogue choices I made. So, it should stop when we get there. Ow. Is that you, Rise? If you choose the number 1 option every single time. Alright, let's beat the crap out of Yosuke. Let's beat the shit out of Yosuke.
Finals.
Here comes Yosuke-senpai, scion of Junis! It seems your side is beginning to dominate. Overwhelming force! Who knew?
Sheesh. It's still no match for you.
Oh my! They lost!
I totally forgot that Rise was announcing this since she hasn't been doing it in the second part of any of the stories. So that's interesting. That's not true.
But you should remember that not...
Alright, we're going to place bookmarks just so I don't get my ass kicked in a scene. You always had a voice, and it was always the same as Adachi's. He just, when he talked... Where did that sound come from? when he talked was only when he was summoning personas, basically. Just let it go. Leave this to me. And the reason that it's the same as Adachi's is actually because Adachi is a dark mirror to you. I mean, yes, it was barely used, but they didn't change voice actors or anything. Are you alright? I'll come back for you no matter what. Yeah, you get an extra scene with Margaret if you choose the number 1 answer every time. So it's not super important, but and it's possible that you get a second scene if you choose the number 2 answer every time. I wasn't able to tell. Guess who it is? It's Chie. Tomoe.
Finally.
I didn't want to super cancel, damn it.
Will they push on through? Has the battle been decided?
Damn it. Boom! Myriad truths, bitch. Izanagi no Okami. That has a long ass wind up though. Makes me wonder if you can actually be kicked out of it. Are you alright? Man, you were no challenge at all. That's when Labrys goes crazy. Pygus. It's the same way that Joker actually has a voice, just doesn't use it very much. Oh.
Let's end this.
Boom.
1,000 die while 1 million are born.
1,000 die while 1 million are born? It's an interesting way to say that. It ain't Messiah, but you know what? It's still pretty good. Alright, now let's kick the shit out of Elizabeth. We're gonna fight? Elizabeth is still hilarious to me. The fact that at the end of a battle, she looks like she's just like, yeah, you did good. Doesn't look like she's injured at all. It's great. Thanatos.
Final.
What? Oh no. Oh no. I see. Remarkable. Persona summoning. Pardon me.
Oh, Jesus. I'm poisoned. Oh no, I'm feared.
Opening my door. How mean. Opening my door. Let's change things. This one will hurt. What? Oh. Opening my door. Thanatos. Let's change things up. Let's change things up. What? Oh no. Impressive.
Let's end this.
Boom!
1,000 die while a million are born.
It's so ridiculous.
I'm surprised.
It's a shame she's not on the screen now. Oh no, you're kicking my ass, you're kicking my ass, you're kicking my ass. I have 100 SP, you're dead. So ridiculous. It's not over. I haven't lost yet. They have an understanding. I'll never let them go for that. I'll make them pay. So when it forces me to actually like go through that, it means I chose the second choice. I can only skip through things I've already seen, so. All right, this should get us to the cliffhanger. Oh, okay. We didn't. That was the cliffhanger. Okay. She's denied the truth of the Shadow's creation. With this, the Shadow's face twists with an evil rapture.
Finally! You finally said it! Now, I can be myself!
You don't go through the cliffhanger, you just keep going. Got it. Good thing it didn't let me skip that. Skip that, though. I'd hoped I could save her before it got to this point. That might have been impossible anyway. It's difficult enough to confront the truth, and in her case, it was accompanied by revealing the true form she'd been so desperate to hide. She is a machine, and she was forced to perform painful acts that most likely no one could ever comprehend. The truth she was avoiding wasn't just part of her personality, but her actual body itself. I can't imagine the shock she's experiencing. But now that the reality she built for herself has crumbled, I want to help her. She may be a machine, but she has a heart. Labrys has denied her past, in which she was forced to fight and kill her friends, and her pain comes out in a long, echoing scream. What has to be done to a heart to cause such terrible screams? There's only one thing that we can do. We will save Labrys. Pew!
Final. Fight.
Nice try.
That wasn't even really a contest. I didn't even get to Myriad Truths her. Damn it. The power that Labra's shadow had gathered dissipates. It's over. All that's left is for Labras to accept the darkness within her. But will she truly be able to do it? I turn around, but Labras hasn't moved a muscle. She had been avoiding having to watch the battle just now as well. What more can I do for her?
Labras.
The moment I call to her.
There they are! Yukon! Labras! Sister, Narukami-san.
Chie and Aiga-san, and not just them. Yukiko and Yosuke are right behind them. And there are even more surprises.
Man, as soon as that invisible wall thing disappeared, I knew you did it!
That was quick, I just beat her.
We ran into Aiga-san along the way. She told us about Labras and everything.
A little late, wasn't it? If someone told me what was going on from the start, I would have...
You fell into the TV when you were half asleep. For crying out loud, you really know how to blow it when it counts.
Hey, what you going to tell them for?
I don't think this is the time for that.
Naoto?
Yeah, we were surprised too. The job she was on turned out to be related to all this.
Hanji, who had been missing before he went inside the TV, and the real Teddy are here. There's even Naoto, who wasn't supposed to have been able to come to Inaba. Looks like the whole investigation team's been brought back together, and I didn't know it. Everyone says that Rise had told them pretty much what had been going on. Their smiles are encouraging. I turn to speak to Labras, who has been silent all this time.
These are my friends. We've all faced our weaknesses at one time or another.
Except for me, I don't have any weaknesses. I'm just overall awesome. Labras finally responds.
Your weaknesses. You've all faced your shadows?
Everyone gathers around Labras. Labras tries to shrink away nervously, but Rise is behind her and won't let her retreat.
Sheesh, enough doom and gloom. If you don't hurry and accept her, she'll get all lonely. But I'm a weapon who didn't want to fight. And I dragged you all into this.
You're still hung up on that? It's over already, dummy.
Your jumping skills were amazing, but you're surprisingly sensitive, aren't you?
What does that have to do with her jumping skills?
You're really cute, Labby-chan. You're so meta-luring.
Get out.
Are you all listening to me? Labras needs to face her shadow now, and...
This was going well at first, but now everyone's talking about different things and we're completely off topic. Of course, that's not unusual with all of us. I have to laugh, and I apologize to Labras that things didn't quite wrap up as I'd hoped. Labras looks back at me with a blank expression. Can't she tell that we're not treating her any differently? I turn towards Aiga-san and she meets my gaze. She nods silently, then stands before Labras. She seems slightly nervous.
Nice to meet you, Labras. Or rather, sister.
Also, interesting. The shadow didn't grab her and run out of the room and then come back. Huh.
I am Aegis, the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. I am your successor.
Labras jerks up and looks at Aiga-san. At the same instant, Yukiko gasps in surprise.
What? Excuse me, but are you also...
Really?
Yes. I too am a robot.
Backhand!
It just occurred to you now?
Weren't you with her all this time, Yukiko? How did you not notice something like that? That is so like you. Once again, everyone looks towards Aiga-san and Labras, the non-human sisters. Now they see him standing there, there is something like a family resemblance. Huh. Maybe I've been wrong this whole time. If Labras is Aiga-san's older sister, then should I be calling her Labras-san? Well, I guess that doesn't matter.
My mission to retrieve you has brought me here. My colleagues are waiting for you.
Are they gonna lock me up again? Well, considering all I did, of course they will.
Labras' expression darkens. I hadn't thought about it, but if Labras and Aiga-san are treated as weapons, it's no surprise that there would be measures to keep them in check. But Labras shouldn't have to just accept it. If she truly is going to be locked up, I make up my mind and wait for what Aiga-san has to say next, but she smiles.
We can discuss that later. Right now, there is an important task you must carry out.
I gotta do this, huh?
Aiga-san quietly points at the shadow that has remained still while we've been talking. Labras looks at the shadow and then turns away and casts her gaze down at the ground again. I see. So now I'm gonna have to act.
It's okay. We're all right here with you.
I indicate my friends that have gathered around her. I had been forced to fight against my friends, just as Labras had in the past. But I had been able to endure the suffering that Labrys had not. Of course, I hadn't been forced to fight to the death. But the biggest difference between Labrys and me is that I wasn't alone. What if I had been alone, all alone in this place? What if everyone else had forgotten about me and I'd had to fight all alone? Just the thought of that hurt. Labrys had been forced to endure that pain. She must have thought that there was no escaping it. But she'll be alright now. We're not going to reject her. It doesn't matter if she's a machine. She's not alone anymore.
Yeah.
Labrys slowly looks around at all the faces, searching each one for confirmation. Finally, she turns back to me and nods. Labrys then walks over to face her shadow. When she walks, she no longer seems to be bound by her fear. She then looks down at herself. She looks at the mechanical body that she had convinced herself. Proofreading, seriously, she had convinced herself she didn't have.
That's right. You're me.
Labrys and her shadow turn to face one another and stare into each other's eyes. She can't avoid looking at the shadow
You're the
now.
way I was on the inside, screaming to be understood. The pain wanting to be known. You're all I couldn't say. You were always inside me. You're me. A machine with a heart.
Skip. Labrys accepted the existence of her shadow and obtained a persona. It's finally over. We take Labrys with us and follow Teddy and Rise to the school's rooftop, where they say it's connected to the TV in Jeunesse. The invisible walls are all gone. Perhaps there were walls like that wherever she came from, and she drew on that in making this place. But I have a feeling she's truly been freed from those walls now. As in confirmation, Labrys is slowly warming up to us, smiling more and responding to us when we start talking to her. When we reach the rooftop, we're surprised to see that the TV world has regained the studio-like appearance that we were accustomed to. However, there were two unfamiliar faces waiting for us.
Mitsuru-san, Akihiko-san.
These people have overwhelmingly intense presences, but thankfully they don't seem to be enemies. The moment we see them, we tense up, but after Aiga-san calls out in recognition, we learn that they are her friends.
I'm Mitsuru Kirijo, Labrys' handler.
Bodysuit like something out of a movie, with a fur coat on top. It's a look that doesn't really work, but her name immediately reminds me of something. The Kirijo Group. And if she has the same name, she must be quite an influential person in it. The research organization that developed Labrys and Aiga-san must belong to her.
I'm Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all this trouble.
The man with the red cape appears to be quite comfortable with Mitsuru-san and Aiga-san. He must have been helping them fight shadows for some time. Is there some reason why people on shadow extermination squads have to dress like crazy people?
So, what's going to happen to Labrys now?
Before we fully introduced each other, Yosuke asked Mitsuru-san what I've been wondering myself. I know all of us must have been worried about this, but I was waiting for a good moment to bring that up. Even Yosuke seems to have realized how out of line his question is, and he shrinks back sheepishly, as if regretting having asked the question. I know why Yosuke's worried, but why does he keep stepping on landmines like this? Well, if he's already stepped on it, he may as well wait for the smoke to clear and see if there's any answer.
Well, you deserve to know. We were thinking of sealing her away again.
They were thinking? Did something change their minds? Mitsuru-san turns to Labrys. There's a smile on her face. But is she smiling for the reason that we hope she is?
But our report from Aigus says that thanks to you, Labrys has acquired a persona. She's hardly a rogue test unit anymore. Besides, she has a heart. We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Yeah, we did it!
Thank goodness! I'm so happy for you, Labrys!
My friends roar in excitement. Labrys looks around at us all, bewildered, before saying anything. Even though we've only known her for a very short time, we've already come to accept her as our friend. Mitsuru-san's words come as a great relief, as if I'd been worried that she might lock me up too.
Good job, guys. Let me say thanks.
He speaks without any hint of concern, but I see a touch of gratitude in Akihiko-san's eyes. He certainly looks... how can I put it? Bold, but he must be an honest and upright person. I guess I could call him stoic. There's a distinct brusqueness to him. There's no way that people so considerate would neglect the goodness of Labrys' heart. It seems that Labrys can't believe everything she's hearing. She turns from Akihiko back to Mitsuru-san.
You're not gonna lock me up again? No fooling?
We only seal away objects. If I did that to you, knowing you have a heart, I'd be no different from the Kirijo Corporation of old. Labrys. You've been blessed with good friends.
Labrys looks stunned for a moment, then scrunches up her face as if about to cry. But then her face lights up with a brilliant smile. Who would think that anyone capable of making these expressions was just a machine? I find myself almost moved to tears as well. We're just about to leap forward to congratulate Labrys once again when... Labrys' head droops suddenly, like a puppet whose strings have been severed. I'm about to rush over and see what the matter is when I see Akihiko-san take a fighting stance. I realize that this is no ordinary matter. Suddenly, a bizarre voice emanates from Labrys.
It's not over yet.
That isn't Labrys' voice. This abnormality seems to have made Mitsuru-san come to a realization.
What? It's the same communication system as ours.
Everyone, step away from Labrys!
Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san rapidly shout instructions to us. Proofreading, guys. Seriously. We all spread out and watch Labrys from a distance.
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
Outside the TV? That's right. I curse myself for having forgotten what was supposed to have been the cause of all this. All this was going on because Labrys had somehow been placed into a TV. So there has to be someone outside who threw her in here. The same person who stole Labrys from the Kirijo group then threw her into a TV is now taking direct control over her.
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
The nonchalant voice fills with malice. With a dazed look in her eyes, Labrys looks up and dashes forward. She's fast. I barely dodge her axe in time. Surprised, I look up at Labrys once more. Her eyes are blank, as if she wasn't looking at anything. Those eyes that were once filled with a strength of responsibility and an awareness of duty. Her face had once been filled with sorrow over a painful past. I'm sorry, my reading comprehension is dropping like a rock here. And she had smiled when she found a real friendship for the first time in her life. Whoever is controlling her has stolen all these things from Labrys. Then I won't let her be hurt like this anymore.
She's suffered enough. I won't let you hurt her.
I was kind of hoping that you would have to face off against his shadow, but maybe that'll happen in Ultimax. Because he has never faced off against his shadow. He just literally went, hey, Persona.
Final. Fight.
Not really what I wanted to do, but okay. Come on. Nope. Hold on. I got this.
Potential. Let's end this. 1,000 die while a million are born. It's over.
And that's how we end it.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
Labrys has stopped moving. The only sound is the smug voice that continues to come from her. Those heartless words cause anger to boil up within me.
Who are you? Why are you toying with people's emotions like this? Labrys isn't a tool. If you want to fight, then come out and fight!
You're quite passionate. You, Narukami, was it?
This person, whoever he is, knows about me? Then Maybe it isn't a coincidence that we were dragged into this. This revelation shakes all of us.
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
Enough is enough. I've never been so irritated knowing that I can't do anything to whoever is controlling Labrys.
This time. So your scheme hasn't ended.
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
Communication cuts off abruptly without answering me. Labrys immediately slumps to her knees. Before I can even begin to move, Aiga-san is already at Labrys' side to support her. Aiga-san looks at me with nods, confirming that Labrys is all right. Thank goodness. Labrys is okay. I feel a bit of my strength drained from me. Still, the sword in my hands feels awfully heavy. Mitsuru-san speaks up from behind me, even as I consider
It
this.
seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
What? Wait a second. We went through this whole big thing and that's it?
She's right. There's no way in hell we're backing out of this now.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
My friends bristle at Mitsuru-san's proposal. After all, we've come this far and we already knew about the dangers. There's so much I want to say, but I can understand why they'd want us to stay away.
Guys, I think we can trust Mitsuru-san. We should let them handle this.
My friends respond with looks of shock. Of course they don't agree. But now's not the time to complicate matters. One of them should understand why I'm backing down so easily. Signal Yosuke. Kanji would just be like, wink? I stare directly into Yosuke's eyes for a moment, hoping that he understands my intentions here. Come on, Yosuke, back me up.
Yeah. We're all tired, so let's just get the heck out of here.
Smooth, Yosuke. Oh well. I sneak a glance towards Mitsuru-san and the others to see if they picked up on this, but none of them appear to have noticed. Maybe they're just pretending not to notice. Well, in any case, it means that we've been let go for now. I sigh with relief before urging everyone into the exit TV. When I return to the real world, exhaustion from the events of the day catch up to me. I'm more tired than I'd expected. And again, I had been fighting all this time. It can't be helped. Everyone else seems tired too, so we decide to go our separate ways for the day. Still, everyone is safe, Labrys included. It'll still be a while before this case is completely closed, but I think we can assume that the disturbance has been settled for now. I worry about the mastermind that had taken control of Labrys, but I need to rest for now. When I get back home, Nanako greets me with a bright smile. The moment I see that, all the exhaustion of the day hits me along with a profound sense of relief. I can't keep myself from staggering. Nanako and my uncle were worried a bit by that, but that doesn't bother me at all. There was something I wanted to do in my room, but I hadn't even been in my room for an hour when my awareness melts into the darkness. A dream? No, that's not it. My vision is quietly enveloped by a familiar blue color. This is the Velvet Room.
The actions you took, the way you withstood this trial, it truly shook me to my core. You have bested the misfortunes dealt to you and learned an important lesson.
Margaret is smiling more than usual and appears to be blushing slightly as well. I only did what came naturally to me, but she must have discovered something more than that. The path that leads past the door we've opened, the door to the future. I don't know what it is for sure, but I have a good idea that we've taken our first steps on it. I nod in understanding and Margaret continues.
Now, I have a personal matter to discuss with you. Not as a resident of this room. The one with malicious intent who struck at you today. This malice has not faded or subsided in the least. I'm worried about you. It may be that fate will deal you a third trial. Do you have the resolve to face it?
And maybe even a fourth one. Bring it on.
You are strong. I will never cease to find you intriguing. It seems my fears were groundless. I'm already anticipating our next meeting. Until then, farewell.
That's the extra scene. Margaret smiles once more and my vision begins to fade. The dream is ending. I fall into a deep sleep. I wake up to my phone ringing. According to the call, we're supposed to meet up at the outskirts of the shopping district, at the crossroads in front of a gas station. When I arrived, the other members in the investigation team had already shown up. Surprisingly, the one who called us was Labris. She wanted us to come so that she could say her farewells to us.
Woo, is that it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Oh man, it's so long. What the heck kind of car is that? How does it even turn corners?
You're looking good, Labris.
Sorry I made you come here all of a sudden, but there was something I really wanted to tell you guys. I decided to work with Mitsuru-san.
Sorry, microphone error there.
I want to catch the darn culprit. Not only that, but, you know how you guys had my back during this whole mess? Yeah. This time, I want to get yours.
You go and do that.
I can't help but smile at the conviction and trust in her words. Labris has faced her weakness and accepted it, and she's about to begin walking towards the goal she found on her own. That's why I don't see any reason to stop her. It'll be sad to see her go, but this decision is one Labris made for herself.
This definitely ain't the last you've seen of me. When I come back, we'll hang out some, okay?
I'll be waiting, and so will everyone else.
Come back soon.
To lose such a rare beauty again. It's so tragic.
That's what you're sad about?
Everyone has their own response to Labris news. One thing's for sure, we'll be waiting for her. There's no lie behind that sentiment. After all, she is our friend. Mitsuru-san tells Labris that it's time and they get back into the limo. Labris looks me right in the eye. She seems as if she might cry at any second, but is resolved not to. She smiles.
You guys are the best. I'm glad it was you who were there when I woke up. Well, see ya!
Man and machine. I wonder if there's truly a difference between them anymore. The thought comes to me as we wave our final goodbyes to Labris. The limo demonstrates impressive agility as it speeds off down the narrow rural roads.
Aw, she's really gone. Seriously, wish she could have stayed a little longer.
I would have liked that myself, but they have their own tasks that must be done.
Yosuke and I share a glance after Naoto says that. Their own tasks, huh? It's not just theirs. We smile at each other. Ever since I answered Mitsuru-san's proposal inside the TV, I've had my mind made up. Yosuke already knows how I think. Then again, that conversation wasn't very long ago. It had only been this morning. I don't know how she found my number, but after Labris' phone call earlier, I decided to cook breakfast for Nanako and my uncle. Nanako hears me making noise in the kitchen and stands next to me, excited.
I'll help too.
I panic for a moment when Nanako reaches for the other cutting board and a knife. I consider stopping her, then decide
If you're
not to.
gonna use the knife, be careful, okay? Make sure you don't cut yourself.
Uh-huh. I'm always careful when I cook with you.
Nanako picks up a cucumber from the counter and begins slicing it diagonally. Her skills are still clumsy and unsteady, but all I do is caution her about how to hold the knife, then I watch her work without intervening. She doesn't have to become a master all at once. All it takes is constant progress, little by little. The same can be said for me or anybody. Even though things may hurt us, we may want to give up, we just have to keep trying, as many times as it takes until we see our goals through. Instead of nothing changing, I wish to see everything changing, along with myself.
Oops, sorry, Nanako. Could you put the knife down for a second?
Okay.
I ensure that Nanako has put the knife down before I answer my phone. I didn't have to look at the screen to know who was calling.
Hello? Is this Yosuke?
Like you don't know. Listen, about yesterday.
I thought this was coming.
Yosuke rushes on, as if irritated that we have to have this conversation over the phone, but I manage to calm him down. It's funny that he's getting so excited over this, but I'm glad he managed to wait the whole night before calling me.
Yosuke, do you remember the Moonlight Bridge? The one from our class trip?
Yeah, sure. I used to be a city boy too, remember? Hey, were you checking out the Kirijo group online?
The Moonlight Bridge from Port City. Port Island. Yeah, okay. Perceptive as always, and that's my partner. When I went back to my room last night, I spent as much time as I could searching for information about the Kirijo group online before I fell asleep. Of course, there wasn't anything about an organization involving Labras or Aiga-san. The little I did find was better than nothing. Yosuke asked me if I plan to go back on my word to Mitsuru-san and the others. I did say that we ought to trust them to solve this mystery, but I never said we should let them do it alone. After all, the person behind everything may be after us. On top of that, they were using others in horrific ways.
Can't back down from this, right?
Now you're talking, partner.
Yosuke and I continue to talk. We know that we're getting closer and closer to a battle with an enemy we haven't even seen yet. There's only one thought in my mind. No matter what kinds of hardship await us on our path, we will continue to fight on. As long as we have friends that will walk the path alongside us. Nanako watches me talk on my cell phone and smiles.
You seem excited, big bro.
I smile back at her innocent face before making a confident declaration.
The investigation team is back in action.
And that is Persona 4 Arena. So now we will watch the credits. So we're gonna wrap up the stream here, but after the credits are done. But I actually kind of like the storytelling, even though it was really long-winded and repetitive. So I'm kind of looking forward to the fact that Ultimax has two stories. Persona 3 story and Persona 4 story. That's it. And they don't counteract each other. They mesh together. So I'm okay with that. Words, Dave. But yeah, this fighting game is super interesting. I think once I found out that it's one round and you can use your ultimate as soon as you have 100 SP, kind of breaks everything, but hey, whatever. I do have Ultimax ready to go, so we'll be going on to that next week. And then once Ultimax is done, which I'm told that the stories are kind of long, so it might take a few sessions. Once Ultimax is done, we're moving on to possibly my favorite spin-off game, Dancing All Night, which also has a story that's really long and talky, but at least it is dancing. So, you know, that's good. I can do dancing. I can do rhythm games. But yeah, fighting games are not really my thing, but Inaba is based on a real place, actually. The whole town of Inaba. And the train station, yeah, it did shut down a few years ago, unfortunately. But yeah, all of the places in Persona 3, 4, and 5 more than anything else is based on Tokyo, so that just makes sense. But 4 and 3 are also based on real places and then just fictionalized. And even parts of Persona 5 are fictionalized. The place where you live with Cafe LeBlanc and all that stuff is based on an area that has a similar name, but is not that. So. Although I'm kind of curious. Everybody says that Yu is from, quote-unquote, the city. What city? Is he from Tokyo, Kyoto? Other Japanese city that I don't know the names of? Nobody ever says. But yeah, I'm never going to be good at fighting games, but I do enjoy fighting games. So, there's that. Oh, and then once we're done with Persona 4 Dancing All Night, we will take a brief trip to go back to Persona 4 Golden to get that epilogue that we worked so hard for, and I'm hoping is still suspended on my PS TV because we had a power loss earlier this week. But I think it's okay. I'll make sure that it's all set before we get there. And then once we're done with P4, the Persona 4 Saga, I mean, the only thing left is Persona 5 The Royal. Unless you guys really want to see Persona 3, but I really don't want to play Persona 3 because it's really long and really depressing. It's super depressing. But yeah, we're not going to be done with Persona for a while. Probably not until next year. Oh, interesting fact. The title sequence is sung by the singer that featured in Persona 3, and the credit sequence is the singer that was in Persona 4. Which is cool. I like that. Possibly my favorite Persona intro song is Persona Q2, which has the Persona 3, the Persona 4, and the Persona 5 singers all together in the intro, and they harmonize beautifully. It's great. Also, it's really hot in my room right now. Super hot. And that's the creds.
This program was brought to you by the following sponsors.
Sponsored by Atlas. Developed by Arc System Works. All right. So, we're going to wrap this up.
Welcome
Again,
to
I
the
could
Velvet
do...
Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
As soon as Persona 5 Scramble actually comes out in the US, I will absolutely play it once we're done with Persona 5 Royal. Goddamn right I will. You want to continue the story? I'm here for it. And again, we could do Elizabeth's story, but Elizabeth's story is more about her and has less connection with everybody else's, so we will skip that. But thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Be back here next week for Ultimax. And we'll kick each other's asses even more.